on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye Baseball is on the air. Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Now live, this is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball.
From the campus of the University of South Alabama, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from Eddie Stanky Field, it's the start of the South Alabama Invitational. Today it's the Southern Jaguars and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Good morning and welcome to our broadcast booth alongside color analyst John Evans. I'm John Leo. This is March, the third weekend in a row that the Hawkeyes spend on the road, this time in Mobile, Alabama. The South Alabama Invitational welcomes Iowa along with Southern and Pepperdine and includes host school South Alabama. Off to their best start in 5 years, Iowa enters today's game 6-1, looking for a complete Friday performance and a nice start to the weekend. Some adversity and challenging weather conditions gives the Iowa Hawkeyes a chance to rise to the occasion once again. This morning, it's Southern and Iowa live from Stanky Field in Mobile, Alabama, with first pitch coming up in just a few minutes. Glad to have you joining us today for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. The Hawks on the road again down here in Alabama in Mobile. We'll wrap up our first month of competition on the road next week at Texas Tech, but let's take care of business this weekend down here in Mobile. On Tuesday, Iowa opened their home schedule with a midweek against Loras. Here are a few highlights of the Hawkeyes' winner over the Dewhawks. Anthony drives this one deep to center. Left center now, looking back at the wall, and it is gone. It's a home run for Keaton Anthony. Boom! 3-1 sends this one deep to left, carrying well, back at the wall, and gone again! Ho-ho! It's a home run for Brennan Durigge as the Hawks go back-to-back in the first. Iowa 3, Loras nothing in the bottom of the second. Here's Raider Tello swinging at the first pitch and over the second baseman's head. Christensen will score, and Tello's got an RBI single to make it 4-0. Here's Honar, rips one down the line and right. Base hit, one run scores in Anthony. Here comes another. It's cut off, at least knocked down. A 2 RBI single for Honar, who blasts one into right field, and he's on. It's 9-2 now. The Hawks are starting to pile it on. The wind and the pitch. Called third strike on the outside corner, and that'll do it. Hawks win. Hawks win 9-2. Iowa defeats Loras this Tuesday afternoon. Good job, start to finish, for the Hawks to get the win. So far, the best start for the Hawkeyes in their early season since 2018 when they opened 6-1. 8, and then went on to be 8-1. So the Hawks still could match that with a couple of wins here on Friday and Saturday. We've got Southern today, South Alabama tomorrow night at 6:30. We wrap up the weekend with the Pepperdine Waves at 11 a.m. on Sunday. All right, we'll take our first break of pregame. We come back, we'll chat with first-year volunteer assistant coach Mitchell Bowe as our pregame coverage continues from Mobile, Alabama. Right after this, you're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. that knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball this morning. It's Iowa and Southern at the South Alabama Invitational. Talking with first-year volunteer assistant Mitchell Bowe. Mitch, glad to have you back on the broadcast.
Glad to be on here.
All right, so we'll give this another go. You've been with the team in the coaching position now for a couple of weeks after playing for the Hawkeyes a few years ago. How have things adjusted through the first few weeks of the regular season?
It's been really good. Coming in here, at break, it's always a little tough for the guys, but they've done a great job. They've really accepted me, and I can't ask for any more on their side, and I just got to fit the mold as best as possible.
So today, let's talk about some of your responsibilities. We'll start with how you work the defense. You work with the outfielders, and you work with shifts and alignments. Give us a good talking to about your responsibilities there.
Yeah, it's just defense alignment. It's working with Sean to see what we're going to throw, how we're going to attack these guys. The first 2 weeks, you get a pretty good idea of how he likes to work, and you kind of make adjustments off that. Today, obviously, there's going to be plenty of adjustments. With the wind blowing out, it's not cookie cutter. We got to constantly stay on these guys, and we're constantly moving them, reading swings in the game. You can only see so much with synergy, so it's just having the ability to make adjustments on the fly, and we've done a really good job with it. Mark's really helped me out as well. He's really good at that stuff. So making adjustments, big key today.
With the wind blowing out and swirling, they say, that's almost like an effort thing, right? Don't give up on a ball that's shallow. Don't give up on one that's deep or maybe into foul territory.
Yeah. It's just like you said. It's not giving up on the baseball. It's going until that ball is pretty much out of play. We got to have good communication with the wind blowing. The catcher makes the call, but we need guys relaying that because, like you said, it's swirling. You're not going to be able to hear. Just communication is the key with that stuff.
Communication being the key, also with the infielders too on pop-ups that maybe they have to move back within your outfielders.
100%. Yeah, the outfielders with the wind the way it's blowing today. Going to be pretty deep, so it's going to be a big task for the infield not to give up on fly balls that start in the infield. They're going to drift. They're going to drift out there, and talking and being loud is key.
Talking with first-year volunteer assistant coach Mitchell Bowe on our pregame show from Mobile, Alabama. Okay, you also work with the hitting. You work with Coach Sutherland in that responsibility as well.
Yeah. Hitting is still learning a lot on the hitting side. But I feel like our offense is in a really good place. We've showed some really good things up to this point, but we're going to continue to keep getting better. And you get hitters that show up today in a park like this with the wind the way it is. It's easy to kind of stray from your plan and try to just lift balls. But if we stay on the barrel, we'll be great today.
Explosive offense when it comes to the power. Also some speed out there to play a little bit of small ball. Advantageous in today's conditions.
Absolutely, yeah. To be able to kind of dual threat it like that is it's hard to defend, and I think our offense is really hard to defend. We have a lot of guys that can drive the gaps and also put a bunt down the next at bat. So it's a real dynamic offense.
You also work on the scouting side of things, scouting the opponent, Mitch.
Yes. Yeah, scouting the opponent. These first couple weeks, it's 3 games against different opponents. it's a little challenging at times, but we get it done. We have the best support staff with the managers and stuff. They do a great job on the road, helping us out, making our lives easier and making us better coaches and make better decisions. So all thanks to them.
We were talking to the scout earlier today. This is the third week in a row that we're on the road, third weekend rather. And if you think back to your playing days, you got to be kind of tired of living in a hotel and traveling and getting up for flights, right? So what's the message maybe to the team, or thinking back to your days playing?
It's just, you gotta show up ready to bring energy. Like we said in scout today, it's kind of the dog days of traveling, but it's weird to use that term when you're 3 weeks in, but it is. It starts to weigh on you. The team that's tougher mentally usually wins these games, and that's what we have to be. We have to be tough mentally. Like we said, some guys are banged up, but hey, we fight through it. Next guy up, we feel like we have the guys behind those guys that are banged up that can really step in and pick up right where they left off. So
that's kind of like the Hawkeye tradition. Next man up, keep battling, face all the types of adversity that come your way.
100%, yeah. Just ready for your opportunity to get in there and make an impact and just make the plays.
And from your coaching standpoint now, you're not too far removed from when you were playing, when you were in this dugout suiting up ready to take the field. So what's that dynamic been like? We're still getting the respect from the players, but also being able to relate to them.
Yeah, I think being able to relate to them is huge. Being a younger guy, it's comfortable. They can come up to me, they can talk. It's that being so close to the game, not far removed. You notice some things maybe older coaches don't. On the mental side, on the physical side. So it's helped with all that.
All right, Mitch, thanks for your time. We'll keep a close eye on those defensive alignments today.
Yeah, they'll be moving around today. So thank you.
All right, there you have it. First-year volunteer coach Mitchell Bowe on our pregame show from Mobile, Alabama. We'll talk with Coach Rick Heller coming up right after this. Listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball this morning from Mobile, Alabama, the South Alabama Invitational. Hawkeyes and the Southern Jaguars coming up in just a few minutes, joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, just a final thought on that win over Loras on Tuesday and what you saw from your team.
Well, I was happy with how we came out and played. Really happy to get the pitchers that hadn't thrown into the game, and really we got everything out of it that we wanted or hoped for. I mean, middle innings would be the only negative. I felt like through the middle innings we wasted some at bats. let them hang around too long, and then kind of broke it open in the 8th or 7th and the 8th, and that was nice to see that we just didn't sit on the lead, score 4 early and then go 4 innings without scoring, and let them cut it to 4-2, and then it gets a little scary late. But overall, it was a good day.
6-1 on the season, one of the best starts since 2018. So in 5 years, got to be pleased with how your team's come out the first few games.
Yeah, it's we've caught some breaks and things have worked out for us, and we've played well, and that's all good. But it's just a start, and it's a new challenge this weekend, and we're going to have our hands full with the 3 teams that we play here in Mobile.
Well, we'll start things off with Southern today. What do you see from the Jaguars?
They're very solid at pretty much everything. I mean, the starting pitcher today is going to give us some trouble. I mean, he's a guy that has experience. He was at Sanford. Last year he's a grad transfer, and Dad played in the big leagues. Good fastball, go up to 92, and nibbles around the edges. Cut that we're going to have to really do a good job of laying off of. He's one of the guys that you really want to force him to get it over the white part of the plate. He kind of lives on the edges and hopes that you chase. And if we're dialed in offensively, it should be a pretty good day for us, because we should be able to get into some advantageous counts, and the goal is to get to their bullpen as quick as we possibly can. And then offensively, they've got, their first 5 hitters are really good hitters. And they've got 3 or 4 guys that can play for anybody in the country. I mean, really good hitters. And they have a lot of team speed. Their Nighthill's a little pesky guy that can give you trouble. And we just have to go on a day. We haven't talked about this, but on a day when the wind is just howling out of here. I mean, it is gusting to 40 miles an hour. Warm day. Balls are flying out of here. It's a big park, by the way. It's a big park, and even with that, it's playing very small today with the way the ball's flying, and so even more important to do a good job offensively of getting pitches that we can hit and not getting ourselves out. All those things that we talk about every week.
Well, let's stick on the topic of the weather. Like you mentioned, a little bit different than what we've been accustomed to. It's warm yet windy. It's going straight out to center. Is there more pressure on your hitters than to not swing so hard, swing for the fences, just put the ball in play and it'll take care of itself?
Well, it definitely can be, and that was the message at Scout this morning. Let's just focus on hitting the ball hard, getting good pitches to hit, and the wind will take care of itself. But when you go up and try to play to the wind and try to lift balls and fly off the ball, it usually leads to a long day. Hopefully we are dialed in enough that we don't do that.
All right, your 3rd Friday game of the season. Both Friday games to this point. The Indiana State game was a tough game, came out victorious. One against Sam Houston was our 1 loss of the year. Is there something about Fridays, or are you looking maybe excited to see how we can put together a complete performance on a Friday?
Well, we need first of all, Ty Langenberg to do a really good job today of working ahead in the count and keeping the ball down and keeping it out of the air, because it's one of those days where you can pitch really well and still end up putting the 6th spot up there, with the way the wind's blowing. And the defense has to be really good, and what will get you in trouble on days like today is not the solo homer. It's the 2- and 3-run homer that you gave them 2 walks or an error, and the free bases that lead to the big inning, and that's generally what determines the outcome of the game when it wins out and out like this. I feel good. Ty didn't have his best start last weekend, but quite frankly, I feel more like we ran into a Sam Houston team that was really hot that night. Yeah, we ran into a hot pitcher on Friday night that just absolutely dialed it in, and then offensively, it was just one of those nights for them where everything fell and they were on the barrel. And even with the 15 or 16 hits that they had, we only gave up 6 runs. And so, looking at that, in hindsight, I feel it was more about Sam Houston's day as it was to Ty having a bad day. And the interesting thing on days like today also is when the wind is so stiff that how it affects both pitchers breaking balls at their off-speed pitches, because the wind can really mess with that, and sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not good, and sometimes the slider flattens out or the changeup flattens out, and so we'll see how that plays. I know Ty is chomping at the bit to get back out there, and I feel really good about him getting us a good start.
Talking with Coach Heller on our pregame show ahead of the opener at the South Alabama Invitational. It's Iowa and Southern coming up in just a few minutes. We missed out on Kyle Huckstorf last week. Do we have an injury report? How's the health of the team?
Well, we're also dealing with a little adversity with the starting lineup. Kyle Huckstorf hurt his knee in batting practice against Loris, running the ball down in the outfield. I think that the prognosis is about as good as it can be. I mean, we were a little scared Tuesday night, thought it might be worse because Kyle had some surgery on that knee in high school, same one, and I think it really scared him, and which scared us as well. But then it calmed down, and the doctors did a great job of getting him in quick and taking care of him. And I watched him hit before the game, and it didn't look any different than it did on Tuesday. When he was 100%, and he's got a brace that's helping him. We're hoping to not have to use him a whole lot this weekend, in hopes of having him back full speed next week. But I think he's going to be in a position where you might see him be able to pitch in or do something like that. But again, we're taking one of the best center fielders in the country out of the lineup, and then we got some bad news this morning with Braden Frazier woke up with a high fever and is back at the hotel and out of the game tonight. So you're going to see a different lineup. With the wind blowing the way it is, we're going to move Brendan Jarigi, our starting first baseman, out to left field. We'll have Chase Mosley in right field, and then we're bringing Blake Guerin, freshman Blake Guerin, in to play first base for his first start as a Hawkeye. And Blake's been swinging the bat really well, and to me, it just makes no sense at all with the way the wind's blowing to have a big power hitter sitting on the bench if we can get him out there, and that's what we're going to do.
Third week on the road in a row. Is there any certain message you give to the team to battle that? Because you've been away from home for quite some time.
Yeah, and that was the message this morning was, hey, third week in a row in the road, it is what it is. We can't change it. It's not ideal. You may not feel good. You may feel sluggish. You may feel tired. But it doesn't matter. You still have to go out and play, and you have to perform, and you have to show some toughness and some mental toughness. How you feel is overrated in the baseball world because it's an everyday game, and you're not going to feel great every day. And playing the mental game that I don't have to feel my best to play well is something that we talk about every day. And these next 2 weeks are a good challenge for our team to see if we can live by that.
All right, Coach. Before we let you go, keys to victory today to take down Southern.
Really limit the free bases. Make them earn their runs. Make them earn it when they get on base. Hopefully, we make plays in the outfield. It's going to be a really hard day on pop-ups, both in the infield and the outfield, because the outfielders are going to have to play extremely deep. But yet, those balls that are generally to the shortstop and second baseman are going to blow 20, 30 yards into the outfield. So, how we handle the wind defensively, and then we're actually playing on a fast infield that is pretty rough. I mean, they've had to have the target down a lot in the first 3 weeks of the season, and it's playing. It's going to be a different surface than we've played on at any point this year, and there's some bad hops out there. There's some things that we haven't had to deal with. So for me, I always hope that our guys don't let that affect them. They go out and they just find ways to make plays, and then obviously a good start. And then it'd be great if our hitters were super dialed in and make their pitcher throw strikes, and when they do, get our best swings off. Those are the keys.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time. Let's win the day and take down the Jaguars.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
All right, there you have it. Pregame conversation with Coach Rick Heller ahead of first pitch between Iowa and Southern. We're back with more pregame coverage right after this. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
John Evans and John Leo at Stanky Field in Mobile, Alabama, getting ready for first pitch at Iowa and Southern this Friday morning. Time to welcome in color analyst John Evans. John, we're back on the road again. We're getting pretty used to it, aren't we?
I'll never get used to waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, we had that flight early morning yesterday to get out of Cedar Rapids and get down here to Mobile. So we're got some good sleep in last night. We're ready to go today.
Absolutely, and you know, just to kind of take that, you heard Coach Heller in the interview. I love the message of what he said to the team. You know, do you think how many people in the Major League Baseball roster feel good in game 127? And so just a different take there, and trying to be smart about it. And you know, and the Hawks are seeing it. You know, you had Kyle. Kyle was chasing the ball in the outfield and dinged himself up a little bit. Should be all right, but you know, kind of he'll have to take a break. And then now, as trainer Jake said, you know, we're not really designed to do this, and you see that kind of catching up with Braden, then waking up this morning with the temperature.
Yes, we're going to have a couple of changes to the lineup. No Kyle Huckstorf, no Braden Frazier today. We'll get to the lineups in just a few minutes. Feels like this is a big weekend for the Hawkeyes in this early season because, all right, we just came off a nice showing down in Texas where we beat number 1 LSU, we beat Kansas State. Next weekend is Texas Tech, who's nationally ranked in the top 25. They're strong. We're going to play them for 3 games. This weekend we get Southern, South Alabama, and Pepperdine. Feels like got to take 2, got to take 3 here to sandwich in between those big weekends.
Well, if you had you know, a lot of times in college basketball or college football, you've got the oh man, we've got the big game. Maybe, and then, oh man, we've got a big game. You call it a trap game. Well, this could be that kind of trap weekend, you know, where, you know, Iowa was kind of trying to show who they were last weekend. We talked a lot last weekend about the chip on your shoulder. You know, it was in the Sam Houston dugout, and then it spent a lot of time in the Iowa dugout. And the weekend before that, you know, you're probably supposed to win, but it's your first time outside, and so, you know, you've got a lot of variables. You've got a lot of excitement that go into it. Now, again, we kind of joked about it. We traveled to, you know, the morning was rough. The weather yesterday wasn't good, so we had a very unusual practice when we got here. The hitters weren't able to hit outside. Just did a real quick stretch when we got back in. Well, now you've got to figure out, you know, you're probably the team that's supposed to win 3 games. Everybody's shooting at you now. Oh, you beat LSU. You think you're pretty good? Watch this. And so, you know, how do you handle that as you get ready to kind of show that you're worth all the talk, everybody talking you up a little bit, and get ready to go? You know, there's a little bit of a ranking there on a couple of the ranking sites. You know, another chance to go prove it of just kind of stepping on somebody and doing what you're supposed to do.
A lot of variables this weekend, and we'll see how Iowa handles them. A chance to prove that they are one of the best teams in the conference and in the country. We'll take another break. When we come back, we'll get set for first pitch with the starting lineups coming up right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
Sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Before we give you today's starting lineups from Mobile, Alabama, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 seconds for station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, getting ready for first pitch. The Hawks are in the field first. Iowa, the home team. But first, we'll set the batting order for the Southern Jaguars, who are the road team today. Jalen Armstrong leads things off, center fielder. Kyle Radcliffe behind him in right. O'Neal Burgess is over there at first, batting third. Nathaniel Lai is their designated hitter, batting in the cleanup spot. Hunter Tabb is batting fifth. Gustavo Nava-Sanchez bats sixth. 7, 8, 9, Jalen Mack, Jolly Hendricks, and Quincy Smith. On the mound for Iowa today, Ty Langenberg getting his third start of the season. He's got a 4.66 ERA. He's 0-1 so far this year over 9 2/3 innings, giving up 14 hits, 5 earned runs. But Ty struck out 12 and given up 3 walks. He was the Friday pitcher against Sam Houston. Hawks came up short in that one. Looking for a nice outing out of Ty today.
Yeah, I talked with Coach McGrath before the game. You know, they were a little worried. You know, his velo was down a little bit, and just trying to figure out how to maybe tweak his routine a little bit to get him more in the mindset he was in last year.
First pitch from Langenberg's hit on the ground to the right side and over Sam Honar's head. A high chopper that was bouncing, and on the first pitch, Armstrong is on with a single.
Yeah, kind of a tough play there. Sam probably, you know, easy to say, I suppose, once you see it hop over. But maybe if he charges forward a little bit, but then I'm not sure he can get the angle. So that ball just ended up bouncing over his head into right field.
Can't believe that ball bounced as high as it did on the second hop, right? On the first one, you can sort of see it. Here's Kyle Radcliffe, another left-handed hitter. He swings at the first pitch into the gap in right center. Base hit. Rounding second, heading for third is Armstrong. 2 pitches, 2 base hits for the Southern Jaguars to start things off.
That was an interesting way to pop off here as they got right after it. And, you know, those are the 2 hitters that the team was most worried about. They both hit over 400, and not suggesting there's easy outs the rest of the way. But, boy, those were the table setters, and they've done their job at 100% here.
Here's O'Neal Burgess. He's a right-handed hitter. First pitch to him from Langenberg is inside, ball 1. Burgess is a 148 hitter. He's got 7 RBIs on the season, comes up with runners on the corners. Cade Moss is doing the catching for the Hawks this afternoon. 1-0 pitch from Langenberg. Check swing in on the hands. Fouls it back 1-1. Burgess is walking down towards first like he got hit by the pitch. And the umpire, home plate umpire, what to bring him back in.
Yeah, he's trying to sell that hard, but that went off the handle of the bat. We're going to have a discussion about it, though.
Head coach of Southern, Chris Crenshaw, comes out to have a discussion about that with home plate umpire Brian Oberholzer. Over there at first, the umpire is Kerry Day. At third is Joey Weaver. We mentioned Cade Moss doing the catching. Blake Guerin at first, getting his first start for the Hawkeyes at first base. Sam Honar's at second. Michael Seegers at short. Raider Tello at the hot corner at third. Brennan DeRiggi moved out to left field today. Sam Peterson in center. Chase Mosley in right. The umpires are having a discussion regarding that last pitch to Burgess. It was in on the hands. It was a check swing. That'll be a foul ball, but maybe if it hit him off the hands, they might award him first base. We'll have to wait and see what they elect to do here.
Yeah, it could have hit him on the low arm. Umpires checked around, decided that nobody saw it that way. Now, you know, not sure what you had in Florida, but, you know, last week we had the full umpiring crew. Today we've just got the 3 umpire crew, so a little bit of a short crew. But this Southern team is also a group that gets hit by a lot of pitches. They'll crowd the plate. They're not afraid to take one for the team.
Tie with a 1-1 count on its way home to Burgess. inside ball 2. The Jaguars threatening in the first inning. Runners on the corners, back-to-back singles on back-to-back pitches. Langenberg's got to work out of some early trouble here. 2-1, way inside 3-1. Southern in gray uniforms with navy blue numbers. Southern spelled out in generic print across the chest in navy. Gray baseball pants, blue stripe down the side. 3-1 pitch from Langenberg. Line drive into right field. Mosley gives chase, can't get it. And it gets by him, too. 1 run is in. Run around second, and now rounding third. They're going to test it. They put on the brakes and bring him back to third. An RBI double for Southern's O'Neal Burgess. And the Jaguars have the early lead 1-0, and that quickly brings pitching coach Sean McGrath out of the Hawkeye dugout to go have a conversation with Ty.
Yeah, third base coach down there did not put on the stop sign. He's having a conversation there with Radcliffe. In the morning scout, the coaches talked about how aggressive this team was running the bases. Very surprised to not see Radcliffe score there, and I think the third base coach is as well.
I was more paid attention to watching the runner there to see where the ball was in relation to that. So maybe he could have tested it. Either way, runners on second and third for Southern in the top of the first inning. They've surprised Iowa out of the gates.
Yeah, the first hit was maybe a little bit of a fluke, but the second one, good sharp line drive to center field, and that one, right-handed hitter going the opposite way, and that wind really pushing the ball back toward Mosley, but not enough, and then skip past him.
Langenberg will work out of the windup here with Lai, the designated hitter, standing in, fouling it back to the screen. Lai is a tall and stocky hitter for Southern. Bats from the right side. 2 runners in scoring position for the Jaguars in the top of the first. They lead already 1-0. Here's the pitch from Langenberg. Swing and a miss. Got him on the off speed. 0-2.
Yeah, Ty's going to have to show some toughness here. This is, now two starts in a row where maybe the other teams hit some barrels of the bat, and he's going to have to show he's got enough stuff to start missing those bats.
With a slider just outside to Lai. It's 1-2. Langenberg needs a strikeout in the worst way here. Next pitch on its way. Fouled back into the screen. 1-2 it remains. To the designated hitter for Southern, Nathaniel Lai. He's hitting .214 on the season through 8 games. 1-2 pitch on its way home from Ty. Into center. It'll carry well, but Peterson's there. Hit right to him. Runner tags from third. He'll score as Peterson makes the catch. First out of the inning, but it's 2-0 Southern.
Good piece of hitting there. He was a little bit fooled, but stuck with it enough, and then with the wind blowing as hard as it is out, was able to poke it deep enough into center field to drive in a run.
Other runner stayed over there at second. He could not advance to third. 1 out, 3 hits in the inning for Southern. They lead 2-0. Here's Hunter Tabb, the third baseman. Langenberg back to the stretch. First pitch to Tabb, inside, ball 1.
Just limit the damage here. I mean, I'd be hard pressed to imagine Iowa gets shut out today. So just kind of keep it where it is and let the bats do their job next.
This one's fouled back towards us, right in front of us. It'll drop into the seats. It'll be 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out. Southern 2 runs across already in this first inning.
Scouting report on Tab was you're probably going to see quite a few breaking balls here. So if Ty can command the breaking ball.
1-1 missing high with a fastball there. We'll see if he goes to that breaking ball here soon enough.
Yeah, sets it up. He sees the high eye line here and sees the fastball. So now give him something else that he breaks away from him.
2-1. Outside corner called strike. There it is from Ty. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, Ty's just right now just a little bit. Probably doesn't have quite the command of the zone that he wants, but we'll see if he can get it zoomed in here.
2-2, just outside, full count now. Just missed. Tab laid off. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out in the top of the first. Southern 2, Iowa 0.
Yeah, pretty good comeback pitch there, but he's, again, just struggling to find the zone so he doesn't get the call.
Here we go with the full count pitch. Low and outside, ball 4. Ty slipped off the mound a little bit too. Couple of runners on again for Southern. Runners on first and second after the walk to Tab, and here's Nava Sanchez. Southern is 4-4 on the season. They dropped their midweek game on Wednesday to McNeese State 10-3.
This team was ahead. This team jumped out 4-0 on LSU as well.
First pitch is downstairs to Nava Sanchez, 1-0.
Ended up losing 18-4 in 7 innings, but I mean they can score runs. They've got a good aggressive approach at the plate. Like I said, they get hit by a lot of pitches, so they create a lot of extra traffic.
Langenberg missing again, outside 2-0. Adversity for Iowa early, and they came into the game facing some as it was with an injury, right, and an illness, and now trailing Southern in the first inning. Got time called at home plate. Nava Sanchez, the catcher for the Jaguars, left-handed hitter, 188 on the season. So how about a ground ball here from Ty to get us out of this inning? Quickly getting some movement in the Hawkeye bullpen. Looks like Keaton Anthony's headed down there. 2-0 pitch, clips the outside corner away from Nava Sanchez. Called strike 2-1.
And just a 207 hitter last year. So, you probably... You don't want to dare him right across the middle of the plate with the runners on base, but you don't want to just keep nibbling a bunch of edges here when you're not getting any calls.
Yeah, and that one was just downstairs. 3 balls and a strike now to Nava Sanchez. Langenberg's got to come home with one here. Ty's ready in the pitch. Low and inside, ball 4.
And you heard Coach Heller talk about it in the pregame. On a day like today, the wind has died a little bit. And it's actually kind of changed. It looks like it's more blowing out to right now. But you just can't create extra traffic. There's still enough wind still blowing around at around 18 to 20. 2 of those guys didn't earn their way out there, and so that's too much action right now.
We get into the habit of talking to Coach Heller about the keys to victory, the keys to the win, and typically they're pretty similar from game to game, and they all revolve around, hey, no free bases, and to make the other team earn it, right? And so far, the first couple of hitters certainly earned it, but back-to-back walks now has loaded the bases for Southern in the top of the first inning. The Jags lead 2-0. First pitch from Langenberg on the ground up the middle. Seegers gloves it, flips it to second for 1, on to first for 2. A double play. Seegers to Honar, over there to Guerin. And whoa, we got out of the jam there. Gave up 2 runs, but the bases were loaded with that double play.
You see 2 guys walk and you jump on the first pitch. I know that worked for the first 2 hitters in the order, but when you're Mac there and your season batting average is 143, a little patience might have been called for there, but the Hawks will take it.
All right, we give them a couple runs. Have to see what the Hawks do offensively right after this. Bottom of the first coming up. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at MidAmericanEnergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
John Evans, John Leo on the campus of the University of South Alabama down here in Mobile. Southern leading 2-0 as we get to the bottom of the first. They played it a couple of runs to put the pressure on the Hawkeye bats as we come to the plate in the bottom of the first inning. Here's the lineup and batting order for the Hawks. Michael Seegers will lead things off. Raider Tello bats second. Keaton Anthony's the designated hitter in the 3 spot. Cleanup spot for the Hawks is Brennan DeRiggi today. Sam Peterson batting 5th. Sam Honar is batting 6th. 7, 8, 9 for the Hawks. Blake Guerin, Chase Mosley, and Cade Moss. They'll take on Jalen Long, right-handed pitcher for Southern, with a 7.59 ERA. Making his 3rd start. He's 1-0 on the season. 10 2/3 innings pitched, given up 11 hits, 9 earned runs. He's walked 5. He's struck out 11, given up 4 extra base hits. Opponents are hitting .268 against him. Prone to the free base, so let's see if we can counter with a couple of those of our own here.
Yeah, mostly fastball changeup guy. Does have a cutter that he'll go to, but mostly just a 2-pitch mix.
He's got a teal glove as he throws the first pitch. It's outside. Ball 1 to Seegers. Hat flew off as he threw that one too, with the wind blowing out, whipping the flags straight to center and right center now. Seegers in the box for Iowa, down 2-0 in the bottom of the first. Next pitch to Michael, in on the hands, but called a strike. It's 1-1. The Hawks are in white uniforms today with Hawkeyes spelled out in black across the chest. Black numbers on the left hip of the uniform and also on the back. Gold outline, white baseball pants for the Hawks. 1-1 to Seegers, swings at a pitch in the dirt. It's 1-2.
Yeah, and Long doesn't want to come over the plate. He's kind of a nibbler. He's going to stay away. That's kind of the control problems. If you can have more discipline, early in the count, make him come over the plate, it could be a good hitting day. But Seegers chased one there.
1-2, high and away, 2-2. Got to find a way to get Michael on and get some pressure on Southern. One of the keys was getting to that bullpen today too, John.
Yep, in 13 starts last year, 16 appearances. Long only threw 56 innings, so less than 4 innings a start really.
Swings and misses at the next pitch, but it's a drop 3rd strike. They send it down to first to retire Seegers the hard way on the strikeout. So Michael goes down for out number 1.
Not something you see very often from Michael there. Swung at a pitch. It was really only about a 58-foot curveball. It bounced in front of the plate, and he chased it and had to hustle down there. Good job by the catcher to jump out in front towards the mound, create an angle, and fire it down to first base.
Here comes Raider Tello. He's hit safely in all of Iowa's games this year. Takes a hack at the first pitch and comes up empty, 0-1. John, as we look at the outfield, it appears that they're playing kind of shallow against this Hawkeye offense the first couple of batters.
Yeah, you'd think with this type of wind blowing that they might be a step or two deeper, but they're kind of taking the other approach, figuring if you hit it really hard, it's not going to go over my head, it's going to go out. And so interesting way to take it. We'll see. Iowa was deep, and we'll see if one works better than the other.
1-1 to Tello. This one skips in the dirt. Raider lays off that one, 2-1. You talked about Long and his longevity in games, and the fact that, he had 16 appearances last year and only got 50-plus innings. It would lead us to believe that the bullpen is the option for Southern today as it counts 3-1, whether that's him getting hit well or that maybe just doesn't have the stamina to go 6, 7, 8 innings.
Yeah, Iowa wants to get 12 to 15 outs out of the Southern bullpen. So
3-1, way inside on Raider, and there's a free base. A walk as Tello is on in the bottom of the first.
If Iowa can get there, they feel like the Southern bullpen has some good arms, but nothing that they haven't seen before or won't see down the road. So nobody with super electric stuff that scares them a ton, and so you just want to kind of keep seeing new arms and seeing if it's the next guy's day, but you gotta be disciplined and get through this first guy.
Here comes Keaton Anthony, power hitter for the Hawks in the 3 spot with Tello on first. First pitch to Anthony's in the dirt, ball 1. Got to imagine that Southern's going to be careful pitching to Keaton here, and we'll have time called as Southern's head coach Crenshaw. He'll come out and he's going to have a word with their pitcher in the meantime. So a couple of mound visits in the first inning, one on each side now with Anthony in the box. And with the way the wind is today, you just got to stick to your technique, stick to your fundamentals and hit it. But as a power hitter, you feel wind blowing out. Your eyes light up a little bit today.
Well, and this probably sets up well for Keaton with how he approaches. He makes a little bit of an uppercut swing, but he still turns it into line drives, where some guys would hit soft pop-ups. If he can kind of catch it with that little bit of an upswing that he generates, it'll certainly carry today, and especially with his power to right center field.
1 out. The 1-0 pitch to Anthony is on its way home. Swings at this one, down the line, fair, into the corner and left. Tello round second, he's headed for third. Here comes the throw, it's cut off. Anthony trying to stretch it to a double, and he's in there safely. Nice job, Keaton Anthony. The Hawks fixing to respond here with a couple of runners on.
And to your point, that was a really nice job there. You know, he got the barrel out in front of it and pulled it right down the line, but just a good solid line drive. He didn't try to do too much with it, just got it out into the grass and made Southern play some field, and now we've got a chance to tie it up.
And here we go with DeRiggi now. He can do damage. Another power hitter for the Hawks. Stands in from the left side.
That is the shortest right fielder they'll ever have against DeRiggi.
He can pull one. First pitch to him. Right down the heart of the plate, called strike. Runners on second and third with 1 out for Iowa in the bottom of the first inning. Trailing Southern 2-0. Trying to answer back with a couple of runs of their own. Long ready. The 0-1 to DeRiggi. Bounces in the dirt. Nice block by Nava Sanchez behind the plate. 1-1.
You've seen Long spike a couple pitches here, both fastballs and his off-speed stuff. So I assume that's what Coach Crenshaw went out to have a chat about, was maybe there's something a little funky in his technique, that he's trying to overthrow it a little bit, but really just kind of slamming those right in the ground.
1-1 to DeRiggi. Fouled back to the screen. That was a good breaking ball from Long. It's 1-2 now. DeRiggi's off to a great start in his Hawkeye career. Batting .407. He's got 3 home runs this year. Tied for the team lead in RBIs with 9. Could get into double digits with a base hit right here. The 1-2 lined into left, tailing and foul, out of play off the indoor facility down the left field line. 1-2 it remains.
He created some activity in the Hawkeye bullpen down there. Makes
up over there.
Somebody go fetch that one.
Next pitch on its way from Long. Line drive and base hit into right field. Tello will score. Here comes Anthony. Coach Heller puts the stop sign on him. RBI single. Brennan DeRiggi and the Hawks are on the board.
Yeah, another good piece of 2-strike hitting there. Didn't try to do too much with it, but was just able to turn on it, pulled it right out to the left field or the right fielder. And I guess that's the beauty of him being a little bit more shallow, as he cut it off. Had to put up the stop sign on Keaton Anthony.
Southern 2, Iowa 1. Hawks continue to threaten in the bottom of the first. 1 out, runners on first and third. Anthony's over there at third with his white uniform now tarnished by the red dirt of the infield after he slid into second. Here's Sam Peterson. Stands in from the right side. First pitch to Pete. He's in the dirt, ball 1.
Yeah, now here's a spot where if you're on first base, you know, if you can read that spike, you can probably get a pretty good jump to get yourself down to second base, and they might not even try to throw it if it rattles around just a little bit.
Petey lines this one into center, base hit. It's down. Anthony's going to score. DeRiggi rounds second. He'll have to stay there, and the hit carousel continues here for the Hawks as Peterson ties the game with an RBI single to center.
Yeah, the most important part of all of this was the great response for the Hawks. You know, the order has done a really good job. You know, the top has maybe made an out or two in some games, but starting with Keaton Anthony, they've really responded. Today it started with Rader with just 1 out and been able to string together now hits to even the game back up.
Sam Honar steps in. Runners on first and second with 1 out. We're all tied at 2 in the first inning. First pitch to Honar. Downstairs, ball 1. Also seeing the pitch count get up there in the first inning, whether it's good discipline for Iowa, drawing a walk with Raider Tello, or just getting deeper into counts. We'll see what Honar can do in this at-bat. But to get him out of the game, Long, that is, their pitcher, that's the theme of the game. 1-0 pitch to Honar. Downstairs again, 2-0.
Yeah, you'd like to think that Iowa's going to win a bullpen game, and when we showed up at the ballpark, you know, with the wind the way it was, again, you didn't think it was going to end 2-0 at any point, but you know, you still have to go out and perform and get it done.
2 balls, no strikes to the Hawkeyes second baseman. Pause, and here's a line drive foul past Coach Bo over there at first base. 2-1.
Good aggressive attack there on Honar. He got the fastball he was looking for on the 2-0 pitch and ripped it just foul.
Two on for the Hawks in the bottom of the first. 1 out. 2-1 pitch to Honar. Slices this foul to the left side towards the Iowa dugout. 2-2. We always keep track of it now that there's the pitch clock. I don't see one for us. Do you see one out there somewhere?
Yep.
Where do you got
Oh, the pitch clock. Sorry.
Yes,
No.
pitch clock.
I had the radar and the count out there. But, yeah, I don't see the pitch clock today.
20 seconds to pitch it. Here's a 2-2 on its way to Honar. Outside, just barely missing, 3-2.
Yeah, I guarantee you 100% long hit his spot right there. That was a very good pitch. Good eye discipline from Honar to lay off that. He wasn't going to be able to do anything with it other than probably roll into a double play.
Ready for the full count pitch. It's on its way home. Swing and a miss. Honar goes down. Looked like a good changeup right there, and Sam was out in front.
Yeah, he'd thrown the fastball to the corner. Sam took that one, but then, boy, came back with a really good change that had some movement there and kind of dropped out and got the second out of the inning.
Opportunity for freshman Blake Guerin now, making his first start for the Hawkeyes over there at first base. A few plate appearances on the season. He comes up with 2 on and 2 out. Iowa and Southern tied at 2 in the first. Long's first pitch to Guerin. Swings and hits it back to the net. 0-1.
Blake is just a couple years away from being the mayor of Iowa City, I think, based on the interactions I've had with him so far.
Quite the character. He comes up with the wind blowing out to center. If he could get a hold of one, it'd go a long way. He doesn't need much help from the wind as it is. No balls and a strike. Long is ready. Long pause. Here's the pitch. Called strike on the outside corner. Tough pitch right there. 0-2.
And again, going back to the scout this morning, in the early innings, they were really trying to take that pitch. It's if the umpire called it for a strike, great, but there's not anything you can do as a hitter other than just kind of cap it and hit a roller somewhere.
Got to protect with 2 strikes now. 2 runners still out there. The 0-2 hit on the ground over to Coach Heller, and he takes it off the foot, hops around. He's all right. Foul ball, 0-2.
If you're a freshman, that's not a good way to get more playing time by rifling a ball off your head coach's left instep.
You can guarantee that dugout's giving him a little bit of chirp, right?
He can solve it all by driving in a run here.
No balls, 2 strikes to Guerin. Runners on first and second for the Hawks. Time called.
Wonder if they're going to see the wrapper making a move there on the plate.
Yeah, we've got stuff flying around in the air. That was some sort of wrapper piece of plastic.
Good chance with how hard the wind's blowing. That came from Mississippi.
Yeah. We're right down here in Mobile, right off the Gulf. Got that southerly wind coming, that warm air blowing in off the Gulf. 0-2 pitch to Guerin. Swing and a miss. Got him with the breaking ball. Got him to chase outside the zone to retire the side. The Hawks answer back to tie the game. It's 2-2 as we head to the top of the second. Iowa and Southern. We'll bring the second inning to you right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
All right, top of the second inning, John Evans, John Leo in Mobile, Alabama. Southern and Iowa tied at 2. Looks like we'll have an offensive game today. The pitcher's duel is already sort of out the window. Langenberg toes the rubber for the Hawks, looking for a better inning than he had in the first. Here's Jolly Hendricks watching the first pitch go by. High and out of the zone, ball 1.
Well, the key here now is, Iowa bats responded. Now the Iowa pitcher has to respond and shut down the Jags and get the bats back to work.
We saw what Iowa could do with good patient at bats to get those 2 runs back in the bottom of the first. 2-0 is on its way home, missing outside and low. 3-0. Ty, to this point, just doesn't quite look like himself, especially when he comes through and he follows through after the pitch. He kind of winds and spins around. 3-0 on its way home. Called strike. There he goes. Back into the count 3-1. Like he's fallen off the rubber a little bit different than usual, or maybe that plant foot isn't sticking as hard on the mound. 3-1. Here it comes. Ball 4. Boy, Moss tried to frame it but didn't get the call.
Yeah, that one was clearly, it looked low and away there. Moss did a great job pulling it back in, but for a hitter that the scouting report showed was going to be patient and just try to kind of poke it somewhere, you really want to attack him and get after it a little bit more.
Bottom of the order, and Quincy Smith hits from the left side. First pitch from Langenberg, foul down the first base line in front of the Southern dugout. Coach Heller noted Quincy Smith, their 9-hitter, as being sort of a pesky hitter. A bunt possibility, speedy. Gonna have to watch him. Got to keep him off the base paths.
Yeah, on one hand, a guy hitting 182, again, jumping on the first pitch after a 5-pitch walk. I assume the approach has worked for them, but I'm probably making sure I see a strike or at least better have been right down the boulevard I was wanting.
Langenberg out of the stretch. The 0-1 is outside, 1-1.
Yeah, because to your point, I know they haven't seen Ty throw a lot, but it doesn't look smooth right now. There looks to be a little bit of labor there, and I'd kind of make him work his way through it and not make anything easy for him right now.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Just outside, 2-1.
I love how you said that with a question mark, because I'm not sure, and maybe a touch low, I suppose, but we're a little bit off on angle, but that looked like a pretty good pitch.
Langenberg takes a long pause in the 2-1. That's outside again, 3-1.
Yeah, if he didn't get the last one, he's not getting this one.
Yeah, that one was a little bit further off the plate. Hendricks is the runner on first. Leadoff walk to start the second for Southern. Ty peeks in, the 3-1, called strike at the knees. Good pitch there from Langenberg to make the count full. A lot of options here, strikeout, ground ball.
All right, so it looks like this umpire likes the inside of the plate better. So, as a pitcher, you probably need to adjust your approach here a little bit.
Runner takes off, doesn't matter anyway. Ball 4, high and away. And the first 2 are on for Southern in the second. Back-to-back walks to lead off the inning.
And now we roll to the top of the order who, first pitch single, so.
They hurt the Hawks. Big part of the scout this morning were these 2 hitters. And noted that these 2 could really play anywhere in the country with their talent level. First pitch from Langenberg. It's bunted to Tello at third. Rader comes on, bare hands it, no throw. Had no play. That ball just died on the bunt, and Tello was playing even with the bag at third. He had a long way to run, but he still called off Ty and took it himself, but had no play.
Yeah, I don't know if Ty would have fared any better, but by the time Tello picked that ball up, he had no chance to throw out Armstrong, who was just flying down the line out of the left-handed box.
Hawks are in trouble again in the top of the second. Bases loaded, and here's Kyle Radcliffe, 409 hitter. through 7 games. First pitch from Langenberg outside, ball 1. Nobody out in the top of the second. We're tied at 2. The Jaguars have the bases juiced after back-to-back walks to start the inning and then a single on a bunt. Out of the windup, Ty's pitch is hit on the ground to second. Honar is there. He'll flip it to second for 1. Seegers has no play to first. A run does score. We get 1 out over there at second. Southern has the lead 3-2.
Yeah, you trade, especially in the middle infield, you're going to trade the run for what you hope to be a double play. But much like the ball that Armstrong hit in the first inning, that little topspin runner there just kind of caused Honar to have to play it back maybe a step farther than he wanted, and then the throw was just a little bit, wasn't the smooth turn at the bag.
Interestingly enough, Iowa's infield was in for the first pitch, and then after the first pitch, they backed up. And so they went to the double play opportunity instead. They only get 1 out, so now runners on the corners. Check on the runner over there at first. That's Radcliffe. He's got some speed as well. Southern 3-2 in the top of the second. Here's Burgess and the RBI double. First pitch to him, rides in on the hands, ball 1.
Yeah, wind's dying down, but again, I don't think 3-2 is the final score of this game either. So makes some sense to go ahead and play the infield back and try to get 2 there just here in the second inning.
Ty missing outside to Burgess, 2-0. Got some activity in the Iowa bullpen.
Yeah, you got Simpson down, tossing a little bit. No urgency, but throwing from the mound now.
Runner takes off for second. Here's the pitch. It's outside. They throw it down to second. Not in time. Back to home, and he is out. We got him. Yes.
What a play there. And you saw Iowa make a mistake there last week against Kansas State. That one went all the way through to Honar, but the runner at third got a late jump. Honar read it well. Didn't even try to put the tag down, just came running back out, threw a strike to Moss for the out at the plate.
Had plenty of time to get him. 2 away now. 3-0 pitch from Langenberg. There it is. Pops the glove with a hard strike at 91 down the heart of the plate. 3-1. Now you really can limit the damage if you can get this batter out right here.
Yeah, Ty, bounce back here. Be good batter here.
Missed there, though, low and outside. So ball 4. Runners on first and second with 2 outs for Southern.
Yeah, we'll see how Ty attacks Lai here. He really doesn't have a pitch right now that he's finding the strike zone consistently with. So it's going to kind of be that, what are you most comfortable with and what do you feel like you can do?
His catcher, Cade Moss, will head out to the mound, probably to buy some time for Simpson out there in the Hawkeye bullpen. We've seen Iowa's bullpen be really strong this year with the likes of Simpson and Volker, and when you get into the late games, guys like Christofferson, right? But I'd like to see Ty make it a little bit further here. You don't want to turn to the bullpen too early, this early in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Might not have a choice, though.
Right, and so it's really of what do the coaches see in Ty? I mean, is it something that Ty's going to be able to rebound from, or is it just one of those times where, maybe it's not Ty's day? But, cleanup hitter now here.
Good start there from Ty. Change up 85 miles an hour, swing and a miss.
Yeah, and you need to bounce back right here. Limit the free bases. You got a break on the base running. So get out of here just giving up a run.
A 1 pitch to Lai, popped up in the air. Shallow center. Here comes Peterson. Over comes Mosley. Who's going to grab it? Mosley's got it. Chase Mosley, the right fielder, he came in. And he makes the 3rd out of the inning. Okay, so Southern gets 1 in the top of the second, but a great 2-4-2 type of put out at home on a stealing runner. We got him at home plate to limit the damage. It's Southern 3, Iowa 2 as we head to the bottom of the second. See what the Hawkeye bats can do right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you, because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Bottom of the second inning, Iowa and Southern this Friday afternoon from Mobile, Alabama. First game of the weekend. We get South Alabama tomorrow. Pepperdine on Sunday. We'll get a look at Chase Mosley now. Mosley will step in from the right side. Try to get that run back. Iowa trailing 3-2.
Chase looking for his first hit on the season. Came in with some pretty impressive numbers.
Swings at the first pitch, drives it high in the air to left. This is foul and out of play into the Iowa bullpen. Boy, as we tracked that ball, John, it was going to go over the indoor facility to the left of the bullpen, down the line in left, and then it tailed all the way back in because of the wind into the bullpen.
That ball was on the road, and it ended up only about 15 feet from the playing field.
0-1 pitch to Mosley, just outside, 1-1. When we talked with assistant coach Mitchell Bowe earlier today, he talked about that. He can't give up on any ball, whether you're an infielder, outfielder. You got to make sure that one is out of play. Not just foul, but totally out of play. 1-1 to Mosley, swing and a miss, 1-2.
And it's changed from when the game started. So if you thought you knew what it was doing in pregame, it's different now. As it's not quite as hard, but it's a slightly different direction. And so, yeah, you can't quit at all.
Long's 1-2 pitch to Mosley, skips in the dirt, 2-2. That was well in front of the plate. Chase's birthday yesterday. Extend a happy birthday to today's Hawkeye right fielder.
Yeah, he got his money's worth. It extended to be a really long day yesterday, too.
Long day. 2-2 to Mosley. Line drive and base hit in front of the left fielder. There we go, Chase getting things started in the bottom of the second for the Hawks.
You know, Cade Moss last year struggled to get his first Hawkeye hit. Took him quite a while, and then when he got it, he really took off. And so maybe that'll pop the top for Chase, and he'll be ready to go now.
Some parallels there. Here comes Cade Moss. He'll stand in. The Hawkeye catcher, 9-hitter for Iowa. Hawks trail Southern 3-2. Each team with 4 hits to this point. Mosley over there at first. Long is set in the pitch. Cade will take this one just outside. Ball 1. We're talking about the outside corner a lot today, whether it's a righty or a lefty. There's not a lot of room over there off the plate.
Yeah, and I guess it's probably I don't know if it's an advantage exactly for Iowa, but Long as a nibbler really isn't getting any of those edges called so far.
Here's the next pitch to Moss. Pops this one up on the infield. Third baseman comes forward. It's in foul territory. Catcher moves over. Third baseman makes the catch in foul territory for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been terribly surprised to see Coach Heller put on a sack bunt there with Cade, but went ahead and let him swing. And, that's one of those, again, that ball probably comes back toward us on a normal day, but that wind holds it up and just kind of hits into the wall. And third baseman did a nice job coming in because I don't think the catcher was going to figure out how to catch that one.
Yeah, a tough play. Third baseman Tab came in for it. Top of the order for the Hawks in Michael Seegers. Wouldn't be surprised about a bunt here. How about that idea with a third baseman playing pretty even with the bag and in fact, a bit behind it.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised with the top of the order how far behind the bag he is here. And Seegers didn't even have to have a really good bunt.
First pitch to Seegers. Seegers squares the bunt, pulls it back, and it's a ball inside, 1-0.
Because you saw Armstrong's bunt, looked like it had a lot of momentum on it, and the grass really ate it up. So, if Seegers could just make sure he keeps it away from the pitcher, kind of get it into that, get it into that 10:30 or 11 o'clock area off the pitcher, he could easily get it down and beat it out.
He bunts this one right where you're talking about, down the third base line. Seegers trying to beat it out, but he can't by about a step. Good play from the pitcher there. Jalen Long comes off the mound and gets Seegers. Just wasn't close enough to the line there to get that extra half step for Michael, but he moves Chase Mosley to second base with 2 outs.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good bunt. As far as for a hit goes, you might have needed it to go a little bit farther to make the third baseman really come up with it, just exactly what Armstrong did. In that case, Long was able to really pop off the mound quickly and fired a strike over to first.
2 outs. Runner on second is Mosley. Iowa trailing Southern 3-2 in the bottom of the second. First pitch to Raider Tello. Loops in there for a called strike. Curveball to start things off. 75 miles an hour. Here's Iowa's most consistent hitter, I think we can safely say to this point.
Yeah, he's been, the 7-game hitting streak so far, and it's looked good swinging the bat.
Walked and scored in the first. 0-1 pitch on its way home. Check swing, didn't matter, called strike, another breaking ball inside corner, and Raiders down in the count 0-2, trying to tie the ball game with a base hit.
We'll see how Long attacks him here, if he spikes that curveball in the dirt or if he tries to go right at him with the fastball.
No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, the pitch. There's that spiked curveball in the dirt. You called it, John. Blocked nicely by Nava Sanchez off the chest protector, and Raider knew right away that wasn't going to be a strike, so he took it 1-2.
Yeah, if the hitter does a good job of seeing that out of his hand, then there's really no inclination to swing at that. It's not even there's no tease to that pitch at all. He's probably trying to get that, so it's low in the batter's box, but at least to tempt the hitter a little.
Here comes the 1-2 off the plate outside, 2-2.
Yeah, tried to speed him back up there. 3 straight off-speed pitches. Tried to go back with pure speed. But again, with how the at-bat and the breaking stuff had turned up, there really wasn't any reason for a Raider to swing at that pitch off the plate and outside.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs to the Hawkeye 2-hitter. Long with a pause, and now the pitch. On the ground is short. Shortstop bobbles it, picks it up, throws it to first. Got him. Just in time to retire the side. Hawks can't score in the bottom of the second and leave a runner out there in Chase Mosley. All right, Southern 3, Iowa 2 as we head to the third. Listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Top of the third inning from Mobile, Alabama. Southern leading Iowa 3-2. Each team with 4 hits to their name. Southern has capitalized on theirs. They've also drawn 5 walks. So Ty Langenberg returns to the mound for the third, looking for his best inning of the day so far. He's walked 5 Jaguars, given them too many free bases. They haven't earned as much as the coaching staff was hoping for. So let's see if Ty can settle in as he faces the 5-hitter now in Hunter Tabb to lead off the inning. First pitch is low and outside, ball 1.
Yeah, and that's, you heard Coach Heller talk about it. It's one of the things in the couple of years that I've been around the program that the team really preaches is win that free base battle. Good pitch across on the breaking ball for a strike there. There's a little scoreboard down taped to the dugout of freebies, and there's a couple different categories of them, but certainly walks and hit by pitches is one of them.
1-1 pitch, catches the outside corner. They got the call on that one. 1-2. So far, good start to the inning for Ty. Trying to get the leadoff man out for the first time. Wasn't able to do so in the first nor the second. 1-2 pitch on its way home to Tab. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. There we go. Ty gets the first out of the inning.
Yeah, and you know, Ty's up to, boy, on that light blue scoreboard, it's hard to see. Mid-40s in the pitches. So, you know, he's still got probably, if he could become more efficient here, still probably has 3-4 innings if he could, you know, bear down here and really start throwing strikes and being the Ty we've seen through the year.
Well, he'll lead off to Nava Sanchez with a ball outside. Left-handed hitter doing a nice job behind the plate for Southern today. Here's a pop-up on the left side. This is foul and certainly out of play this time. And it's 1-1.
And there's a lot of foul ground over there to that third base side. So to your point earlier, you don't really want to give up because there's more ground than maybe you're accustomed to in a lot of cases.
1-1 pitch is lined into left center field. Dorigi is there in left, and he's got it for the second out of the inning.
His first left field put out. Good for him.
That was great. Thankfully, so far, his first one was pretty easy. Hit right to him, but on a line and slicing away from the left-handed hitter. So good job by Ty to get the first 2 outs of the inning in the top of the third, with Iowa trailing Southern 3-2. Here's Jalen Mack. He watches the first pitch go by for a strike. Mack was the Jaguar that hit into the inning-ending 6-4-3 double play in the first.
Yeah, just 8 at-bats on the season in the Jags' 8 games. Really like to see what Ty's doing here. You know, going hard right at him. Got strike 2. Now see if you can finish him up and get back in the dugout and let your bats tie it back up and take the lead.
0-2 pitch on its way home from Ty. Swing and a miss. He got him. Nice pitch, nice inning. Ty Langenberg, all right. Head to the bottom of the third inning. Iowa trailing Southern 3-2. Try to tie things up, maybe even take the lead when the Hawkeye bats come to the plate in the bottom of the third. Back after this, you're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Bottom of the third inning, Iowa trailing Southern 3-2 down in Mobile, Alabama. Thanks for tuning in to our broadcast this afternoon. First game of the weekend, we've got South Alabama tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. and then Pepperdine at 11 a.m. on Sunday to wrap up the weekend. Big weekend for Iowa on the heels of a solid job down in Texas, beating the number 1 team in the country and then Big 12 opponent K-State. Almost looking ahead maybe to Texas Tech next weekend, but business to take care of this weekend in Mobile. Trailing 3-2. Here's Keaton Anthony to lead off the inning. Gets his swing started, but did not go around 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to erase a lot of good work last weekend with a scuffed up weekend this one. And we're a long ways from that. It's just, you know, we trying to find a way on a Friday here.
Keaton swings at the next pitch over towards Coach Heller again. He got out of the way of that one. Foul, it's 1-1.
no runners on, he was able to be a little bit farther down the line there, so he had more time to hop over that one.
He and Southern third baseman Hunter Tabb are sharing a chuckle about it. 1-1 pitch to Anthony. Line drive, foul. Again to the left side. Is that Llewellyn there? They're giving Louie a workout going to get those foul balls off the dugout there.
He's hustling.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Anthony, who doubled and scored in the first. Long out of the windup, the pitch. Skips it 2-2.
Yeah, kind of the same pitch again that he started Keaton with, trying to throw that curveball, or cutter maybe even, but boy, he likes to keep it down and just too far down there in the dirt.
Anthony takes this one, called third strike. Inside corner, and he got him.
And I guess that's more what, if he threw that pitch, and that's, they talked about that in the scout too. He doesn't throw that speed, that off speed inside very often. So that time he just completely fooled Keaton, and that's one of those you walk back and go, okay, you broke a tendency and you got me. So I'll be ready for you next time.
Here comes DeRiggi now. RBI single in the first to try to get things started with 1 out. In the bottom of the third, Iowa trailing 3-2. DeRiggi takes the first pitch for a called strike on the outside corner. Seeing the zone expand a little bit to the outside on both sides now, for both hitters, rather. 0-1, popped up left side, fouling out play.
Yeah, the first 2 innings, it felt like maybe he was really tight in the zone, and and that's, I thought, it hasn't that I haven't thought any of those were strikes. They all look, Ty got some what looked like good strikes here, and Long has now too.
0-2 pitch to DeRiggi. This is well in front of the dirt, in front of the plate rather, in the dirt, 1 and 2. With 2 strikes, Long goes with some sort of off speed, and his delivery is put it in front of the plate numerous times, almost to a point where Iowa might be expecting that.
Well, exactly.
Got to be careful.
And when you're that erratic with it, again, comes back and throws it again. With the pitch that he threw Keaton Anthony, Keaton has a reason to want to swing at that. He couldn't because he got fooled. But the 2 pitches that you're bouncing 5 feet in front of home plate, you're not going to get many Big Ten hitters out. Maybe you get some of your conference hitters out, I suppose. But you're not going to get too many Big Ten hitters out that way.
DeRiggi in the box, the 2-2, here it comes. Stays alive, fouls it back into the net. Stays at 2-2. I don't know if you're going to have any Vladimir Guerreros hitting it off the ground either, right? Well, so we're not going to be swinging at that too much.
1 knee, 1 hand golf swing.
Yeah. 2 balls, 2 strikes to DeRiggi in the bottom of the third. Out of the windup. Pause, and the pitch from Long. Breaking ball just outside. Full count now. Bit high as well.
Yeah, I mean, he snapped it around, and you're dying for that call based on where the catcher caught it, but it had good movement on it, so it was outside as it swept through the plate area.
3-2 pitch to DeRiggi. On the ground to the right side, and foul. Just past the first baseman Burgess over there. In fact, he collides with the first base umpire briefly. They share a quick hug. Kerry Day over there down the line at first.
Yeah, Llewellyn was hustling down on the foul balls down the third base line. Nobody out of the Southern dugout. Their second baseman had to go over there and chase it.
3-2 pitch to DeRiggi is in the dirt. Ball 4. Good job. Good at bat there by Brennan. So Brennan walks, and it'll bring up Sam Peterson now, who singled with an RBI in the first.
Yeah, we saw that last week too. Catcher stuck his hand out asking for another ball from the umpire, but that ball's in play, and fortunately for the catcher, it had actually bounced off the umpire and ricocheted in front of the plate, so DeRiggi wasn't able to go anywhere.
Peterson moves up to the 5 spot with Kyle Huckstorf out of the lineup today. First pitch to Sam is in the dirt, ball 1.
If this were a Major League Baseball game, we'd be going through a baseball after about every pitch.
No kidding.
Because there's every ball's down in the dirt and they throw all those balls out. It'd be tough sledding on the ball manufacturer.
DeRiggi with a good lead at first. 1-0 pitch to Peterson. Check swing. They'll send it down. Did not go. 2 balls, no strikes to the Hawkeyes center fielder today. With 1 out, Iowa trailing Southern 3-2 in the bottom of the 3rd.
That's big. Petey's probably going to look for a pitch that he likes, see if he can drive one here.
On its way home, grounded foul. Off the half wall in front of the dugout. 2-1.
Just way out in front of the fastball there. Got what he wanted, just a little anxious and got the barrel way out in front of it.
That can be the trouble with facing a pitcher like Long. He doesn't really get to the 90s, so you have to time up somebody totally different. 2-1. Called strike on the outside corner, 2-2. Yeah. That time he got right to 90.
Yeah, he's an 87 to 90 guy. I've seen a couple where he's been able to bump him to 91, 92, but that's pretty much it. But he's battled back now 2-2. Now you've got to be alert for that curveball down low again.
Long comes set. The pitch to Peterson. Fouled back to the screen. Stays alive. Good at bat here between Peterson and Long. Good battle. Sam Honar's on deck. Try to get to him in this inning. Iowa in search of their 5th hit of the afternoon. 2-2 pitch to Petey. It hit him, got him. Curveball that started inside, stayed inside. Peterson wears it off the thigh, I believe, based on our angle. And runners on first and second for Iowa. We'll pause in the meantime, 10 seconds for station identification, 10 seconds for station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, runners on first and second for Iowa in the bottom of the 3rd. Hawks trailing 3-2. Here's Sam Honar. He stands in. He struck out in the 1st. As this pitch is outside to him to kick off the at-bat, 1-0.
I got to be honest, I'm a little surprised we're at 60. That was pitch 63 for Long. Couple runners on again here in the 3rd, and there's nobody even thinking about throwing down in the Southern bullpen.
Yeah, nothing. No movement. Nobody down there. 2-0 now to Honar after this pitch misses around the shins. You'd like to keep the pressure on him. Iowa trailing 3-2, but they've had activity in every inning to this point.
Yeah, going back to Petey's at bat, good job staying in there, hanging in there, going ahead and taking that off-speed pitch and getting the base.
Honar is all eyes here, 3-0. And with Blake Guerin on deck, you'd like to see what the power hitter can do. I imagine Honar will be taking this one. 1 out. Runners on first and second.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's got a green light on this one.
The pause and the pitch. Outside corner. Clips the edge. 3-1.
Good pitch there from Long. Didn't really cave in. He didn't come across the middle of the plate. That was out on the outer half, outer corner, and got the called strike.
Now could be looking to swing away on the 3-1. Here it comes. High and outside, ball 4. Good job by Honar to lay off that pitch. He started his hands a bit, but good discipline to lay off, and he draws the 1-out walk. So a few free bases for Iowa this inning. 2 walks and a hit batsman. It'll bring up Blake Guerin with 1 out and the bases loaded. Iowa trails by 1.
Yeah, that was, and I think Honar was just kind of timing it up. He was looking fastball and was ready to go. And once he recognized it wasn't going to be in a zone he wanted anything to do with, held up, ball sails out high. And Guerin, his 2 hits as a Hawkeye have been a couple doubles. Now wouldn't be a bad time for another one.
And now we'll see some activity in the Southern bullpen down the right field line. Somebody stretching out there, not throwing yet though, so they could be a few pitches, a few batters away from getting to that bullpen.
Yeah, it was, I think that's Brasso down there, trying to going through the plyometric stuff.
Bases loaded for Blake Guerin. Iowa trails by 1. Watching the first pitch, a called strike down the heart of the plate. Breaking ball to start off the at-bat for Guerin.
Yeah, good answer there. You know, as a hitter, you're probably looking for the fastball after you've seen the bases get filled with walks, but came back good breaking ball for a strike there.
0-1 pitch on its way home. Downstairs, 1-1.
Blake's got a good approach. He's a big strike zone, big kid, but does a good job. Can cover all the areas of the zone.
He's all eyes there, though, watching that pitch miss outside. 2-1. Good job not reaching for those, because that's got ground ball to the right side written all over it if you swing at that.
Yeah, that's an inning-ending double play at that point.
2 balls and a strike to Guerin. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Swinging for the fences on that one. Good, healthy cut. But a 76-mile-an-hour curveball had him out in front.
Well, and Long doesn't throw that curveball very often. He throws the cutter, to take the speed off of it. And that time, you could tell Blake was looking for a little bit more speed.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Blake chased one in the dirt this time, and he goes down on strikes. He is out number 2, and it'll come down to Chase Mosley to bring in these Hawkeye runs. We've got the bases loaded with 2 outs now in the 3rd.
Big spot here for Chase. See if he can pick up his teammate.
Mosley singled to lead off the 2nd. That was his first Hawkeye hit. Looking for his 2nd right here. First pitch to Mosley. In the air, deep left center field. Get going, baby. It is gone!
Oh!
Ho-ho! Chase Mosley, boom! A grand slam to the deepest part of the park in left center, and he got all of that one.
Sometimes you pop the lid on that first hit, and the next one comes real quick, and boy, is that a big one.
A grand slam, the 2nd grand slam of the season for the Hawkeyes, and now it's 6-3.
Good piece of hitting there again. Was ready for that first pitch junk ball and jumped all over it and drove it. Maybe a little wind aided, but he got plenty of it on his own.
That pitch was right down the middle and right off the barrel for Chase Mosley to give Iowa the 6-3 lead. How about that? With 2 outs, too. Here's Cade Moss watching the first pitch go by for a strike.
Exit velo on that one. 101 and 401 feet on the distance traveled. So big bang there.
Is that good?
Big bang there from Chase.
0-1 pitch to Moss. Here it comes. Half swing. He went around 0-2. That could be what you need. Some run support for Ty if we see him in the 4th.
Yeah, I don't think there's any. Cherry hasn't been throwing much lately, so I don't think there's any doubt Ty's coming back out.
Here's one popped up to the right side. Second baseman going back, shielding from the sun. He stumbles and he falls, and it's down. A base hit for Moss. On a pop-up into shallow right, the second baseman Hendricks was going back, shielding the sun with his glove, and right before the ball came down, Hendricks stumbled, and the ball falls down to the grass.
Yeah, the first baseman was just simply lost there. He went over, he was in foul territory, and again, with that way the wind's blowing, how hard it's pushing it, but that's a ball. You ask the second baseman, the ball he's going to catch 9 times out of 10, just kind of got his feet tangled up at the last minute there and ends up on his backside, and Moss gets a cheap hit out of it.
Iowa continuing to do damage with 2 outs. It's been a theme this season as at the top of the order, Michael Seegers takes the first pitch for a ball low, 1-0. 2 outs, 2 strikes. Iowa's really good, done a really good job hitting in those situations.
Oh, yes, exactly. And you talk about, Coach Heller talked about free bases. We saw how those punished Ty earlier. 2 walks and a hits batter and a grand slam really punished Long this inning.
Seegers in an advantageous count now, 2-0 after the next pitch is out of the zone low. Iowa 6, Southern 3 in the bottom of the 3rd. Not done yet, though, with a runner on first in Cade Moss. Seegers in the hitters count, 2-0. Long is ready, And the pitch. Outside, they're going to try to pick off Moss down the line at first, but he's back in there safely. 3-0 to Seegers.
That is not good catcher-on-catcher love there to make your catcher dive back into first base like that. That's just that's just mean from an opposing number catcher.
Seegers stands in, trying to keep the inning alive. 3-0 pitch is a called strike. The lower and outside corner, 3-1. Raider Tello's on deck. Like to see him come up this inning. After Iowa's put up 4 already. Still trying to work through the 2-out situation. 3 balls and a strike to the Hawkeyes shortstop. Runner takes off for second. Pitch is inside, and it's thrown into center field, so Moss is going to go to third. It was a walk for Seegers. Seegers rounds first. He's headed for second now. There's nobody there, and Seegers sneaks into second base. Just sloppy play by Southern, and the Hawks are aggressive right there. What a sequence for the Hawks.
So you saw that earlier for Southern when their runner went with a 3-ball count. He walked. Cade held on to it, didn't make the throw. In that case, the catcher just has kind of a mental error of he makes the throw. Although I'm not sure why neither middle infielder went to cover the bag, because it was just a 3-1 count. It wasn't an automatic. And then great heads-up play by Seegers to just keep running while both middle infielders kind of jogged out to the outfield to get the ball.
Yeah, there's nobody there. So now it's Tello up with 2 outs and 2 on, both in scoring position. First pitch to Raider, inside, ball 1. Hawks really feel like they can break this game open in the early going for the time being with a base hit from Tello.
Well, it's one of those right now where you've got them kind of, the second baseman falls down, you've got kind of out of sorts. Just put them down right now.
1-0 pitch to Tello, swing and a miss, healthy cut, came up empty, 1-1.
Yeah, we talked about it in the Kansas State game when Iowa got ahead, couldn't close the deal and let Kansas State back in it. This is one of those where, just make the other team not interested in playing anymore.
Right. 1 ball and a strike. Seegers on second, Moss on third. The pitch to Tello. Low, ball 2.
For as often as Long throws the ball down into the dirt, there really haven't been balls to the backstop.
Right.
So it's an interesting mix. So the catcher's done a nice job keeping the balls in front of him.
2-1, just low, below the knees, 3-1.
Even though they've been, he hasn't lacked for throwing balls that way, and so it's kind of surprising. You think, runner on third with this pitcher's tendency, but they really haven't seen any skip away.
3-1 to Tello, ball 4. All right, bases loaded again, and here's Keaton Anthony, a capable hitter without question.
Yeah, I did. I did a game last year with the wind blowing out like crazy, and saw a lot of runs scored and saw a couple big home runs hit in the same inning. So wouldn't be opposed to that again.
Well, Iowa has now batted around because Anthony struck out to lead off the third. We have a mound visit from the Southern coach, giving some more time to the Jaguar bullpen.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants, and more, just minutes south of Iowa City. It hasn't gone to break it up yet. They don't really...
Lengthy discussion, and associate head coach Marty Sutherland is having a conversation with the home plate umpire Brian Oberholzer, and now he'll break things up as the mound visit is wrapping up.
It's interesting. I wonder what that was, because Coach Sutherland had the almost looked like he had the scout book out with him there too. So, but no change here yet. So we'll see what Keaton can do if he's ready. If he's had to change his approach or he's 1 for 2 here so far.
He can really break the game open. Iowa leading 6-3. Bases loaded, 2 outs. First pitch to Keaton. Swings at it, pops it up on the infield. First baseman comes forward. So does the pitcher. They run into each other. They dropped it. And it gets into foul territory into the Southern dugout. Moss is in. Seegers is in. Anthony gets to second base. And Tello's over there at third. Another mistake by Southern, and 2 runs score for the Hawks. It's 8-3.
Yeah, that's I think it was last Friday night. We kind of joked about it when Keaton Anthony caught a pop-up. The pitcher's never supposed to catch the pop-up. The pitcher should never be involved in that. He's got to get out of the way. First baseman was there. Let him make the play. It's a better angle. The spin's better, but the Hawks will take it.
Runners on second and third for DeRiggi now. Takes the first pitch for a called strike. Iowa 8, Southern 3. Putting up 6 in this inning.
Yeah, scoreboard 6-5 as we've given those runs now to Southern. But
DeRiggi taps this foul into the Southern dugout to the right. 0-2, still a couple of runs out there. Tello at third, Anthony at second. 2 outs in the bottom of the third.
Yeah, right back into 2 runners in scoring position here. And
DeRiggi stays alive with a nice swing that fouls it back to the screen. 0-2.
Yeah, Brennan not cheated on a cut there. So, and now we're up to 90 pitches here through 3 innings. So
it's got to be towards the end for him.
Yeah, this we'll get you this next fella here in the 4th inning, I would guess.
0-2 to DeRiggi, just low, ball 1.
A whole world of frustration here from Long right now, just at himself, at his fielding. I mean, he should be sitting in there with just down a little bit.
Yeah. Instead, the Hawks have put up 6 runs. Next pitch to DeRiggi, line to left field, down the line, and fair! It drops just inside the line. 2 more runs will score. DeRiggi digging for second. The throw doesn't even come in, and a 2 RBI double for Brennan DeRiggi.
Boy, that ball was cue balled right down the line, and again, you've got that 20-mile-an-hour wind blowing from the left field pole to the right field pole now, and just kind of held it up. And Coach McGrath and I were talking in pregame. If you were a golfer and you slice one or you try to move a ball into that wind, you'd lose 15 yards. And it's kind of what you see there. The ball just held up, just falls right down, and stays fair and drives home 2 and puts another runner out in scoring position.
10-3 in the bottom of the third. Hawks into double digits. They're sticking with Long for now as he misses on his first pitch to Sam Peterson. Sam Peterson was hit by a pitch and scored earlier in this inning. DeRiggi stands at second with a decent lead. 2 outs. Sam hits this on the ground to short. Shortstop charges hard, throws it on the run. Good pick over there at first to retire the side and end the inning. We've played 3. Iowa leads it 10-3.
I don't know what happened to the catcher there. Didn't see what happened, but he's down in a lot of discomfort here. And boy, what a when it rains it pours inning for Southern.
Yeah, not sure what happened. Training staff out to tend to him, maybe on the backswing of Peterson, something like that. I'm not sure what could have happened to the Southern catcher.
Yeah, his bat was forward, so I'm hoping that's not the case. But catchers get caught up with a lot of different things. But boy, yeah, he was definitely down. Umpire was immediately asking for the training staff from Southern's dugout.
Well, they'll tend to him. Iowa puts up 8 in the bottom of the third. They lead Southern now 10-3 as we head to the 4th. We're back after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Top of the fourth inning, Iowa leading Southern 10-3 after the massive inning offensively for the Hawks in the bottom of the third, highlighted by Chase Mosley's grand slam that happened right in the middle of that third inning. And so Iowa leads 10-3. The Hawks have 10 runs on 7 hits. Southern 3 runs on 4 hits. They've got 2 errors defensively. Ty Langenberg returning to the mound for Iowa. Got plenty of run support now. Ty put down the Jaguars 1-2-3 in the third. Trying to emulate that inning here in the fourth. First pitch to Jolly Hendricks is a ball up and in, 1-0.
The Hawks really able to take advantage of a lot of stuff there in the bottom.
Here's a ground ball to short. Seegers is on it, gloves it, throws it, out number 1.
I'm sorry, we're in the top of the inning there. 10 runs, just 6 of those earned, and really kind of long lost control. And then, so we've regularly talked about it through the season already. Now it's Ty's job to come in and make sure that this is another 0. So that's just, again, just kind of start helping the other team lose interest.
Right. Here's a pitch that's hit on the ground to Guerin at first. He's going to take it himself. Got there in time to retire Quincy Smith. And maybe already seeing from Southern early swings, or swings early in counts, trying to move things along. This is key to get that shutdown inning you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly seems to be an approach here.
Got time called once again.
Yeah.
Let's see what this is.
It certainly seems like an approach that they take. They're a very aggressive hitting team. You saw that to start off the game with both of their first 2 hitters swinging at the first pitch and getting hits. But as you get lower in the order, you just expect guys to maybe be a little bit more patient.
We're having a discussion with Southern's head coach and their next batter, Jalen Armstrong. They're having a discussion. I don't know if this is something to do with Armstrong's health or not sure what that conversation was about, but we're ready for play now as Armstrong and Crenshaw come to an agreement, and so Armstrong will stand in the box.
And it might be just you're going to take this pitch.
Oh, could be, yeah. Here's Langenberg's first pitch to Armstrong, and it was certainly a red light there as that pitch was right down the middle.
That was a screaming red light. He had no desire to swing at that one.
Ty working quickly now, the 0-1. Popped up, fouling out a play to the left side. 0-2. Good job by Ty so far this inning. Get the first 2 out pretty quickly and have an 0-2 count on the top of the order for Southern.
Yeah, and that's part of that is being a good leadoff hitter, of just knowing, hey, we don't want to go back out in the field yet. Take a pitch, take your time.
0-2. This one's lined deep to center. Peterson going back near the track. He reaches up and it's over his head. One hops the wall. Armstrong rounding second already. He's headed for third. It'll be a 2-out triple for Armstrong as he tries to pump up the Southern dugout and crowd.
I like it. He was leading the band. That was good. And thought Petey had a chance to make the play there. Couldn't quite run it down as it bounced right in front of the USA Health sign. But boy, driven right out there to right center field. Good piece of hitting there with 2 strikes.
Keep the top of the fourth alive for Southern. Here's Radcliffe, another one of their strong hitters. Takes the first pitch outside, ball 1.
Yeah, going back to Armstrong real quick. That was Coach Heller said he could hit for anybody, and he's certainly shown that today.
3 for 3, 2 singles and a triple. Next pitch missing at the eyes to Radcliffe, and now Ty in a bit of trouble here, down 2-0. Out of the windup, called strike on the outside corner, 2-1. Good job by Langenberg to work back in there.
And we talked about that in the break heading into the third inning of would Ty come back out or not. It's like, well, yeah, you want him to get through the bottom. Misses away there, but now you want him to battle back, come back and get the top now. Show you're the number 1 Friday guy here, battle through some adversity and get it done.
3-1 to Radcliffe. This one's lined into left. DeRiggi gives chase. He's over and he's got it. Good job by DeRiggi to track it down towards the line, and we get Radcliffe out there. No runs for the Jaguars in the top of the fourth. We get the shutdown inning. Iowa 10, Southern 3. Back after this, you're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Bottom of the fourth inning in Mobile, Alabama. Iowa put up 8 in the third to lead Southern now 10-3. And the Hawkeyes will be taking on a new pitcher that's coming to the game for the Jaguars. Let's get a look at him, John.
Yeah, Jaden Brasso has been good so far this year for the Jags. 2 appearances. He's thrown 6 innings. But coming off last year, 6.90 ERA. So far this year he's held up, hasn't given up a run yet. So the Hawks will have to see if they can get to him a little bit here. He could be the arm a little while if the Hawks don't make him work.
Honar leads off the bottom of the fourth. Ball 1. And I'm trying to see if we have a new catcher in the game as well for Southern. Yes, it looks like we do. Nava Sanchez was injured to end that third as Honar pops this up off the hands, out of play to the left side. Just trying to get a number on him.
Yeah, they have their own unique set of equipment. His is the light blue, so it's different. But with his protector there across the middle, it's really hard to see. Looks like
Rashard Grace is catching now for Southern. 1-1 pitch to Honar. Popped up in the air, left side, into shallow left. Left fielder has called everybody off. He's the only one out there. He makes the catch for the first out. The shortstop was going back. I thought it was going to be a bit of a closer play, but it carried well.
Well, and he did kind of give the low hand to stay away, but I'm not sure who he was trying to. Iowa bullpen going to make a move on him, or what was going to happen there?
Smith makes the catch for the first out. Here's Blake Guerin. First pitch to Guerin, just outside.
Good fastball there, upper 80s again. And that was kind of the scouting report on nearly all of the Jags bullpen guys, was they were going to see an upper 80s fastball that they really lead with. Spikes another one there, but you're going to see a lot of the good fastball. Everything's going to be set up off that. They're going to throw it 60-70% of the time, and then the off-speed pitch will come after they start throwing some strikes.
Guerin's worked a hitter's count 2-0, but Brasso has missed again 3-0.
Yeah, just overthrown the last 2 a little bit, and saw that quite a bit from Long, and now we're seeing it here in the next pitcher.
Out of the windup, pitch. There it is, called strike down the middle, 3-1.
Blake didn't want to walk anyway. He wants to swing the bat. He wants a fair opportunity here.
He strikes me as that type of hitter that wants to swing it. Not looking for anything free. The 3-1 pitch from Brasso. Driven in the air deep to center, but the center fielder going back towards the track. He reaches up. He can't make the play. It's off the wall. Guerin rounds second. He's going to stay there, though. A double for Blake Guerin, his first hit of the day.
There's a pretty big difference when Armstrong hit that same ball and one hopped it there and it bounced away from the center fielder. He was flying. I don't know about you, but I was actually afraid he might try to score.
Yeah.
There was no concern about Guerin on that one, as he just he'd shifted it into a medium gear there as he rolled into second base.
That ball jumped off the bat And it looked for a moment that Armstrong was going to be able to track it down.
It looked like he was kind of slow tracking it, like he had it easy. And then, again, you've got enough wind still pushing that way that, it's died down. It's actually turned into a really nice afternoon. But it still had enough carry to get away from him there and a little bit of slice in it and got up to the wall.
Here's Mosley now. Mosley hit the grand slam in the third to break this thing open a bit, give Iowa the lead. They added to it later. Iowa 10, Southern 3 in the bottom of the fourth.
And Guerin at this point now, 3 hits on the season. They're all doubles. Refuses to stop at first base.
Breaking ball that bends in there. Called strike on Mosley. He's down 0-2.
That was really good. 71-mile-an-hour breaking ball, buckled his knees. Now, again, that speed difference, a lot of times guys might have a chance to regroup, but Chase was not looking for that at all.
0-2 to Mosley. Low and outside, 1-2. You think about the changes in speeds that we've seen from Brasseau so far. He's so violent in his motion, right, where everything is fast and hard, and then the pitch comes in at 71. It's totally different than what you see in the motion of the body on the way home. 1-2 pitch to Mosley. Pops this one up, foul over our heads, out of play.
It was a good job there. That ball was high and up in the strike zone, and Chase got up and got a piece of it and fouled it off because that high and tight pitch is hard to get any sort of a bat on.
Here we go with the 1-2. Mosley again timed that one up but fouled it back to the screen.
Yeah, wasn't fooled that time on the curveball. Just couldn't get the barrel on it. Ended up hitting it straight back.
Runner on second is Guerin with 1 out. Bottom of the fourth inning. Iowa 10, Southern 3. Next pitch to Mosley. Swing and a miss. Tag applied, and Chase is down on strikes for the second out of the inning.
Yeah, Chase was going to have a hard time sprinting down to first base there as he gave his all in that swing and a little bit off balance, but it's all right. He's going to rest on the first 2 at-bats for right now.
Comes Cade Moss. Singled and scored in the third. Cade is all eyes on this one. Called strike on the inside corner, right around the belt, 0-1.
Yeah, he was the beneficiary of the second baseman kind of getting his feet tangled there.
That's right.
Now it said the wind was dying down, but now you look at the flags and it looks like they're starting to go out to full mast again.
Moss takes this one inside, backed him up off the plate a bit, 1-1. The day started overcast, and we had to worry about rain moving in. It stayed away, and now it, as you mentioned, turned into a gorgeous day. Very warm here, upper 70s, humid as well. 1-1 pitch is a curveball that breaks in for a strike, 1-2.
Yeah, and, it looked like if we could get through Friday morning, the forecast now is just fantastic.
Yeah.
And so it was how do you get through the days? And we knew today was going to be a little breezy, and so looks like we're on the more positive side now.
1-2 to Moss in front of the plate, 2-2.
That's another one that's. I mean, I don't know if he's trying to overthrow it, if he's just trying to be low in the zone, or if he's not sure. But that ball spikes 4 feet in front of the plate.
2-2 is fended off to the right side, out of play. We'll do it again. I know there's probably an emphasis to not throw anything high in the zone today with the way the wind is, but got to give yourself a chance, maybe.
We might be a little carried away if we're trying to aim low, and that's where we're hitting it.
Yeah. 2-2 pitch with 2 outs and a runner on second. Here it is to Moss. Line drive into center field. Armstrong comes forward. He's got it for the third out of the inning. Cade just missed it. Enough for Armstrong to come forward and make the catch. That'll do it for the fourth. Headed to the fifth. Iowa 10, Southern 3. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth in Mobile, Alabama for the South Alabama Invitational. Day one down here. And Iowa leading Southern 10-3. Tomorrow, the Hawks will take on the South Alabama Jaguars. Get a couple doses of some Jaguars down here. Today, Southern. Tomorrow, South Alabama. First pitch tomorrow's at 6:30. We'll have pregame coverage beginning at 6 on the Hawkeye Radio Network. And then on Sunday, 11 a.m., Iowa and Pepperdine pregame at 10:30. We'd love to know where you're listening from today, whether it's in Iowa City, in the great state of Iowa, or nationwide. Hawkeye Nation spans coast to coast. Love to know where you're listening in from today. You can follow us on Twitter. Our main form of communication, I guess, to get into the live broadcast. Langenberg back to the mound for Iowa in the top of the fifth, as Southern will send 3-4-5 to the box. Big inning here for Ty with a 7-run lead on the Jaguars. 1-1 is the count to O'Neal Burgess. He's reached both times. RBI double in the first, he walked in the second. 1-1 pitch, high and away, ball 2.
Ty's obviously been better here in the last 2 innings, but it's nice to see him kind of show a little bit of that grit without his best stuff, fighting through it. Gets a swing and a miss there for 2-2. But just to kind of show that hey, I'm still here. I'm the Friday guy. Shows a little fight. Not good conditions and
2-2's hit on the ground to third, but foul just to the left of the bag.
Got a good chance here now if he can get through this inning. Get through 5, stand in line for a good chance at the win.
Ty's done a good job the last couple of innings of getting this leadoff man out. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Foul to the right side, out of play. We'll do it again.
You've got Keaton Anthony down in the Iowa bullpen. You might see him in the 6th inning. The nice part about the way Iowa's broken the games up is it really gives them a lot of opportunities to mix and match.
2-2, swing and a miss. Down he goes for the first out of the inning.
With Jared Simpson, with the way Zach Volker's been pitching, you've got some options. You've got Christofferson there to go close it out at the end. And then Keaton, obviously, so you've got kind of 6 starters for your 3 games almost, and just mixing and matching how you get it done.
Next batter is Lai, called strike on the inside corner. To that point, John, if you can get a good start out of Ty to get him through 7, maybe on the first, on his first Friday start, it's 0-2 now to Lai, and you don't have to dip into that bullpen at all, then you can double down and save him for Saturday and Sunday, the Volker and Keaton and those folks. Lai swings and misses at a pitch way out of the zone. He goes down on strikes. Ty gets him back-to-back strikeouts to begin the 5th. So that's something that you think of, and maybe it's a little bit too late for Ty in this game, although just 75 pitches as we approach the end of the 5th, but that's probably a focus in the Friday start moving forward, to get him deeper to save that bullpen.
Oh, for sure. And what you want to do is, and again, he attacks the zone for a strike there. You're trying to build. So, every Friday, every Saturday start for Brody, every Sunday start for Marcus is how do you get a few more pitches out of him? Fouled straight back on that one. So, trying to add a few more. And so, probably today, if they could get Ty into the 90s maybe. And so, if he can finish this inning off, not afraid to let him go try it again.
This one is driven deep to right. Mosley's there moving back, now moves forward. Oh, he dropped it. It's down, and the runner advances to second as that ball hung up in there and right. Mosley moved back, then he came forward, had to dive for it, and it went off his glove.
Yeah, I think he just ends up playing it where, hey, this ball's going to go over my head. It kind of hung up there. Really, the wind didn't take it much, and so he realized, uh-oh, I'm too far back. Had to jam on the brakes. The grass is still wet enough, and it feels like it might be long enough, like when their second baseman lost his footing. And now the hard part is you're going to make Ty throw probably 2, 3, 4 more pitches at least to get out of this inning now.
And this pitch is inside. Well, I thought it hit him. This is the catcher now, Rashard Grace, who comes in for Gustavo Nava-Sanchez, who's taken out with an injury.
Doesn't have many at-bats on the year, but does have 4 hits, so.
Counts even at 1 with 2 outs, runner on second. Iowa leading Southern 10-3, top of the 5th.
But as we were talking, you get Ty into that 90, 95 range.
Back towards the on-deck circle 1 and 2.
Be that way next week, kind of that gradual build so that hey, the arm feels good for 90 to 100 pitches, a little more, a little less. And then again, just add that much more flexibility to what you can do with your bullpen.
1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch from Langenberg on the ground to first. Guerin dives, can't make the play. Into the corner in right. 1 run will score. And a 2-out RBI single for Grace. And it's 10-4.
Yeah, tough play there for Guerin. Maybe want to, with a runner on second and 2 out, one of those you probably don't want him fielding off to the side. Maybe make sure you stay in front of it, keep it in the infield, and don't allow the run to score. But again, that's the error ends up costing now Ty 2 batters, so the free base is haunting the Hawks here.
Pounds the zone with a strike to Jalen Mack on the outside corner to kick off this at bat. Yeah, we were just 1 pitch away, really, from getting out of the inning unscathed. Giving up 1 in the 5th. Iowa 10-4. Outside ball 1. And now it makes it a little bit more difficult to see Ty getting into the 6th. Just based on pitch count to this point.
Yeah, because at 84, 85 pitches here, he's going to sneak to 90 as he misses outside there before he gets out of this inning. Now you're almost guaranteeing he's going over 100 to get out of the next inning, and I don't know if they want to stretch him that far yet.
2 balls and a strike to Mack, and the pitch outside 3-1. So the error keeps Southern's inning alive, and now they've struck gold with a couple of outs. A couple of runners with 2 outs, rather. 3-1 pitch is outside ball 4, and just tough the way this inning is unfolded. We're so close to getting out of it for Ty, but now the error, single, and walk has kept things going for Southern.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we see Coach McGrath take a walk. Keaton looks pretty much ready down in the bullpen as we get Hendricks here, so we'll see what Ty can do with him.
So far, Ty's done all right against Hendricks. The second baseman walked and scored in the 2nd, grounded out to short in the 4th. Takes the first pitch for a strike here.
Nice hitter, though, on the year, 292. Probably not. He's got a couple extra base hits, but generally speaking, a good contact guy.
Popped up on the infield, straight back, actually. Cade Moss comes back towards the screen. He's got it. Good job, Cade Moss, to get us out of the inning there. Southern gets 1 in the top of the 5th, making it 10-4. Hawks still out in front. We'll bring you the bottom of the 5th coming up right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Bottom of the 5th inning, Iowa leading Southern 10-4. Top of the order coming up for the Hawks.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
Would love to know where you're listening in from today on the Hawkeye Radio Network. David is listening from Altoona. Thanks, David, for tuning into Iowa Hawkeye Baseball today. Seegers will lead things off. Iowa 10-4 in the bottom of the 5th. Brosseau still on the mound for the Jaguars. First pitch to Seegers, squares to bunt, pulls it back, ball 1.
Yeah, Michael had a good sacrifice bunt back in the 2nd and walked and scored amidst all that craziness there in the 3rd inning.
It's almost hard to keep track of everything that transpired in that 3rd. Iowa put up 8 runs. Seegers drives this one deep to left, in the air, carrying well. Outfielder is there, and it is gone. It's a home run. It's over the fence. Seegers, see ya. Ha-ho.
That is not something you see every day, and somehow that ball had enough crazy spin on it. It bounced back over into play as it hit the concrete wall in the back and came back in. But Michael Seegers with the home run. And that really, it's not really with the wind exactly, but boy, it stayed up there a long time, kept drifting, and Iowa gets the run right back.
11-4 now. That ball was probably the highest hit of the season, except for something on the infield. Here's Raider Tello, first pitch outside. It was in the air forever, deep and out there to left and gone.
Yeah, they've got some, what are those called, Adirondack chairs out there in left field. It'd be kind of a neat place to watch a game. Bounced right by those.
Yeah. Tello doing a nice job early in this at bat, 2-0.
Tello's walked twice, scored a couple runs, and be looking to keep his hitting streak alive.
Next pitch to Raider. Healthy cut, but he fouled it back to the screen. 2-1, bases empty, nobody out in the bottom of the 5th. Still going back to that Seegers home run. We're almost a little bit surprised just because you're used to seeing sharp contact from Michael.
I thought it was, what a pitch there. Great curveball for a strike. Yeah, I really thought the left fielder was just going to kind of track it, and we were going to have an out. It might have been a deep out, but we were going to get an out. But Michael put some pop in it and got her to carry over the wall.
2-2 pitch to Tello. On the ground and foul to the left side.
I am hoping we get Joey. Manager Joey's been great with giving us the exit velo stuff. I want to see the exit velo and exactly how far the distance carried on that one was.
That'll be great. Doing it again at 2-2, the pitch to Raider. Off the end of the bat to the right side, just threw his hands at it. Second baseman charges it, throws it to first for the first out of the inning. Raider grounds out 4-3.
Yeah, got out on his front foot there, and once he was committed to the swing, had to stick with it. And nice job to put bat on ball and put it in play, but unfortunately didn't hit it nearly hard enough to make it onto base.
That's part of the deal with 2 strikes. Got to protect that outside corner, even if it means just throwing your hands at it and hope that it gets through. Here's Keaton Anthony. First pitch is a curveball in the dirt, ball 1. Iowa 11. Southern 4 in the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, we could be looking at your pitcher here in the top of the 6th inning here at the plate.
Anthony was warming up in the bullpen. Ty is up there in pitches. In the 90s, 1-0 pitch to Anthony in the dirt, 2-0.
it's a different approach, because obviously you look at Keaton's jersey. He scored 3 runs, so I mean he's been on base running, and so different way he has to take care of himself to be able to pitch and hit.
Yeah. He can rest during this at bat for the most part as Brosseau misses again in the dirt. Try not to elevate anything to the Hawkeye power hitter, but missing the zone on the first 3. Here comes the 4th pitch to Anthony. Downstairs again, ball 4. So Keaton draws the 4-pitch walk.
A good at-bat there. Pitches weren't there. There was one that missed the zone by a ways, but those were good pitches. But Keaton has always had a very selective eye and knows his strike zone well. And drew the walk. See if Brennan can extend the lead now.
Here is DeRiggi. First pitch to him is in there for a called strike. No balls and a strike to the Hawkeye left-handed left fielder today. Takes this one again. Oh, called strike on the outside corner. 0-2.
Yeah, good off-speed pitch there, just 84 miles an hour, and maybe a little cutter because that was not as slow as that curveball's been.
Anthony with the lead at first. Here's one hit into the southern dugout. Look out as it sends the Jaguar bench players scattering. 0-2 for DeRiggi now.
And this is an interesting dugout configuration, too. You've got kind of the traditional dugout that everyone would expect, and then you actually have the benches and what looks like another dugout in front of it, just no roof on that one. And so you're very close to the field.
Sharp line drives, watch out. 0-2 pitch just outside, ball 1. We were noticing that yesterday when we were here for practice. If you're more concerned if you're in the Iowa dugout right now on the third base side, if DeRiggi sending a line drive right over there. There is a half wall that is elevated a bit. 1-2 to Brennan is high and outside, but man, if you're down the line a little bit more, look out.
Well, like that pitch exactly, a high and outside pitch, if you fight that off and you just kind of stick your barrel up and it kind of ricochets off, that's going to go screaming into that dugout. So the left-hander is going to scare the third base side more often.
2 balls, 2 strikes to DeRiggi. They'll check on Anthony at first. He's back in without a dive.
See if DeRiggi can keep the inning going. He's got a couple hits on the day and been on base 3 times.
2-2. In the air to left, carrying well. Left fielder has got this one, though, and he moves over to make the catch for the second out of the inning. Not quite enough behind it for DeRiggi there. He is out number 2.
Yeah, after Seager's ball flew out, so they got to wait to make sure whether the guy's tracking it or not. But got in on the fists a little bit and was just didn't really have any jump to it at all and just kind of floated out to the left fielder that time.
Anthony still over there at first. Here's Sam Peterson. It's a nice day so far. Squares down a bunt, lays it down the third base line. Third baseman makes an outstanding play, a barehanded play, throws it over there on the run to get Peterson by a quarter of a step. Good job there by Tab. That's a heck of a play.
Yeah, really good job to barehand it there. I think if we had replay, we'd have headphones, I guess is the way I'll say that one, and we'd be checking that one out. But, yeah, a heck of a barehand play. The only way he was going to have any chance was to catch it clean and fire it across.
Hawks get a run, making it 11-4 after the Michael Seegers solo home run. We head to the 6th right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Woo!
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Top of the sixth inning, Iowa leading Southern 11-4. The Hawks have taken the field with a new pitcher, but we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 seconds for station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. New pitcher for the Hawkeyes is Keaton Anthony. We'll get a look at him out of the Hawkeye bullpen after he had been spending some time getting loose. He'll come in for Ty Langenberg here in the sixth.
Yeah, Keaton's done a really good job, has really earned a lot of trust in the coaching staff. His ability to throw strikes, really command the zone. A couple of appearances on the year, he's thrown 6 innings so far, 8 hits, 3 runs allowed, just walked 2 and struck out 5. Came into the Sam Houston game and did a really nice job there of kind of keeping Sam Houston where they were. They were able to sneak off a run or 2 on him, but again, I think they're going to sneak off a run or 2 on a lot of teams the way they hit.
Appreciate Hawkeye Nation tuning in to our broadcast of Iowa baseball this afternoon. Warren is checking in from St. Louis Park, Minnesota. Hello, Warren. Hawks are out in front 11-4 today. James and Anthony are listening from Ann Arbor. Must be up there for the Big Ten wrestling tournament. All right, do your job up there, boys, cheering on the Hawkeye wrestling team, getting ready for the Big Ten tournament in Ann Arbor. All right, we're ready for the top of the sixth inning. Iowa 11, Southern 4. So Anthony's on the mound. Be 9-1-2 for the Jaguars. Here's Quincy Smith, left-handed batter, takes the first pitch for a ball just outside from Anthony. Smith is left-handed hitter. He walked in the second and was retired unassisted to Blake Guerin back in the fourth. Again, Anthony missing just outside. He sort of pauses his motion after he throws it. 2-0, not getting anything on that edge there.
Yeah, clearly he hasn't seen the strike zone yet because those haven't been called all game.
Brings this one in, but low this time, 3-0.
That one had tended to be called. It might have missed a little downstairs, but he'll find the zone here.
Missed on that one, so a 4-pitch walk to start the inning as Smith is on.
Don't need to set the table for the top of the order here.
And we already know that Smith has some speed. He's walked twice. Somebody that Coach Heller talked about in pregame, do not want to get him on base. And as you just alluded to, the top of the order coming up with Jalen Armstrong. He's 3 for 3 today, 2 singles and a triple. Squares to bunt, pulls it back, called strike from Anthony to start the at-bat.
Yeah, he's really shown some variety to his game. Laid down a bunt when they kind of knew he was going to bunt, was still able to beat it out, and then bombed one into right center field and raced around to third base.
Smith has a good lead over there at first. They'll check on him, not quite in time, but maybe got him to take a stutter step to his right. Anthony's going to keep a close eye on him over there. He might have been stealing it. Keaton gone home with that pitch. No balls and a strike. Nobody out in the top of the sixth. Next pitch to Armstrong. On the ground to second. Honar's got it, and he bobbled it. Got no play. He'll throw it to first, but it's late.
Tried to do a quick jump step so that he was around and could fire it to second, but and I think that a little bit of that is know who your base runner is. I don't know that there's any way they were going to turn 2 on Armstrong anyway. So get the out, whether you get it at first or second. You know, you've got a 7-run lead. There's only one thing that's going to hurt you, and it's not getting anybody out on that ground ball.
So now the first 2 runners are on. Smith at second, Armstrong at first. Think about it. Iowa's only had one clean inning, and it was in the third defensively. Here's Radcliffe. First pitch called strike outside corner. Iowa set down Southern 1-2-3 in the third, but the first we gave up 2 runs. Second we gave up 1. Fourth gave up a triple, but that came with 2 outs. Not too many clean innings, as here's a line drive into left field for a base hit. It's down in front of DeRiggi. Smith will score from second. And Southern hanging around, now 11-5.
Well, and one of the things that Iowa has been really good at this year, had been, through the first 4 games, was limiting free bases. And then, Brody was able to pitch around some stuff against LSU. Marcus was able to pitch around some stuff against Kansas State. And then they bounced back through a lot of strikes, even with 9 different guys against Loras on Tuesday. Hadn't made a lot of errors, but now kind of creating some problems for themselves, which Iowa's a good baseball team, but really don't want to test the theory of how much can we give the other team.
Batting now is Burgess. He lines this one into left field for a base hit. Another run is going to score. Armstrong will jog in. Here comes the throw into third, not in time. And sneaking up to second on the backside is Burgess. So a couple of runs already in the inning. It's now 11-6. Runners on second and third with nobody out.
Yeah, this just now becomes, unfortunately, we've had to talk about this a couple times today. Limit the damage. Get the 3 outs. Maybe you give up another run. If you can get out of it without giving up either of these base runners scoring, great. I suppose as a worst case scenario, you forget about both of them and get 3 outs and make it 11-8. But, you'd like to see Keaton bounce back. Good curveball there for a strike. Get out of this mess right now.
And you're facing the designated hitter, which it's his only job of the game really to hit. He's down in the count, though, 0-2 as Anthony has bounced back nicely. Lai is 0 for 3 today.
Does have 4 of his 6 hits this year have been extra base hits. So
a threat for sure.
Yeah, packs a little bit of a wallop, especially with the conditions the way they are.
0-2 from Anthony. Low and outside. Good block by Moss. 1-2.
Yeah, now you start to hear some chirping from the Southern dugout. You had it where they really didn't care about this game, and all of a sudden they do again.
1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Good job by Anthony. Curveball, the bottom of that just dropped right out of there.
Yeah, really good pitch. Kind of took advantage of once he got ahead, was able to really expand the strike zone, and was able to just punch him right out.
Batter by batter, you can limit the damage, but still 2 in scoring position with 1 out. Here's Hunter Tabb. He swings at the first pitch, base hit into left. 1 run is in, it gets by DeRiggi, and so another one will score as Tabb is on with a 2 RBI single, and just like that, it's 11-8.
Yeah, that was going to be a close play all the time at the plate if DeRiggi was able to come up with a clean. Not even sure if he'd have had a green light. But once it skipped off the heel of his glove, it made it pretty easy, and then it was about making sure Tabb stayed at first base.
9 hits on the day for Southern. And we'll see Richard Grace now, the runner on first, and 1 out. Southern is hanging around. First pitch from Anthony, called strike on the outside corner. Some activity now in the Hawkeye bullpen, John.
Well, now you go back to, you were probably hoping to not use Simpson, and it doesn't look like he's one of the guys jogging down there. But
about half the arms are going down there, not just one. There's multiple. The next pitch is a called strike outside corner, 0-2.
Well, Iowa hasn't had this game yet where, I was talking to Drew. I'm going to butcher his name. Talking to Drew on the way down, and talking about knowing his role. If he might come in and have to put out a fire, have to just get an out. And Iowa hasn't had that game yet, but all of a sudden, what looked like we might have a yawner and not have that, we've kind of turned it into that again.
4 runs in the inning for Southern in the 6th. It's 11-8. Iowa still up by 3, but a runner on first, 1 out, 1-2 pitch on its way home in the dirt, 2-2.
And this goes back to second hitter of the inning hits a routine ground ball to second base with a runner on first, and not only does Iowa not turn 2, but they don't get any. And then a couple of solidly hit balls. Nothing really dramatic, just good solid singles to different places.
2-2, fouled back to the screen. Staying alive is Grace.
And Grace was limited at bats last year. He doesn't have a ton of at bats this year either. The primary catcher is kind of a big deal. Him going out. Great stop there from Moss.
Yeah, on a pitch that was low and outside away from Grace, the right-handed hitter, a backhand by Moss. He, in fact, threw it down to first to try to pick off a Tab who was far off the bag from first, but it wasn't in time. So the count's now full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Tying run is in the on-deck circle. Runner takes off for second, lined foul to the right side.
Good job there on the kind of the hit, a little bit of a hit and run, even though it was 2 strikes. Grace had to go down low to protect because Tab does not look like a base stealer to me. So good job to protect him, foul it into the bleachers.
Strikeout would go a long way here. Maybe get a ground ball to our middle infield. They'll check on the runner at first. He is safe. Oh, it was close there.
Good quick play there. And again, a guy that's not really wanting to steal bases, if all of a sudden he's got a green light to go, doesn't think he's going to have to dive back very often. And so you can kind of catch him napping a little, and almost did.
He's got a short lead now, and they'll check on him again. He doesn't have to dive back that time.
And that was part of the scouting report, was to see if you could shorten up the leads. It wasn't necessarily, hey, can we pick the guy off? It's, can we shorten up the lead, which allows you to turn a double play, allows you to strike him out, throw him out if he goes. A couple different things that are helpful there.
3-2 on its way home. In the air to right. Mosley will give a look at it, and it gets into the Southern bullpen. Fouling out a play, we'll do it again. Again, we saw Tab take off for second there. Maybe a sharp line drive somewhere we can double them off, strike them out, throw them out. That's where my mind's at.
They must think that Keaton's going to come with some sort of off-speed stuff, because, again, otherwise it sets up perfectly. If Keaton throws the 90-mile-an-hour fastball past him for him to get thrown out at second base.
Trying to shorten down that lead, so they'll throw it over to first again. Anthony will get back on the rubber. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out in the top of the 6th. Pitch from Anthony. Fouled again. Good battle going on between Anthony and Grace. Iowa leading 11-8, but the Jags have scored 4 runs already in this 6th inning.
Yeah, 4 runs, 3 of them earned. Again, just making good contact right now on Keaton.
Another pitch on its way. This is lined into right. Mosley's got a track on it. He caught it. He'll throw it back to first. It is not quite in time to double him up, but we get the second out of the inning.
Almost got what you were looking for with the line drive. Glad that ball actually carried out far enough. I thought with the way he swung, it was a little bit of that protection swing again, that it might not carry all the way out to Chase. And he might just kind of duck it over Honar's head at second, but carried all the way out to Chase. Chase did a good job of making sure he played that one well. And then had a chance because Tab still was a little bit frozen as on his way between first and second as he had to hustle back.
Well, with 2 outs, you're close to putting out the fire here as Jalen Mack steps in. Runner takes off for second this time. A hit-and-run opportunity. This is fouled to the left side now to play. Boy, Tab's really getting his steps in, going back and forth between first and second, but he's still on first.
I wonder if Tab knows that they took that play off. It wasn't the I have to run play anymore.
He gets some choppy steps going over there to second. Maybe the Hawks go with a bit of a pitch-out opportunity. Go high and away for a ball and try to gun him. I don't know that he'll be running again. That's about the 4th time in a row.
Well, he has no real lead, so it just surprises me.
0-1 pitch from Anthony is high and outside, but Tab wasn't going anywhere. It's 1-1.
Yeah, I'm not sure if kind of jokingly said it, but that maybe Tab kind of missed a sign that, hey, I'm still supposed to flat run, and they'd taken that play off when the new hitter came up.
Anthony with a long pause, 1-1, swing and a miss. Good job there, 1-2.
Tab even did kind of the fake move that time down at first, a little good quick stutter. So he's gotten his money worth on that 90 feet of territory over there.
Anthony looking to get out of this inning. The 1-2, half swing to Guerin at first. Blake's got it. He'll take it himself to retire the Jaguars in the 6th. But a big inning from Southern, and just like that, they're back into this game. Iowa 11, Southern 8. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Welcome back to the broadcast booth in Mobile, Alabama. The South Alabama Invitational. Iowa leading Southern on day one, 11-8 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Hawkeye Nation tuned in from across the country. Cole is listening on his way to Minneapolis for the Big Ten Women's Basketball Tournament. Thanks for tuning in, Cole. Cheer on the Hawks loudly in Minneapolis this weekend. Iowa starts their hunt in the Big Ten Tournament. It's reigning tournament champions as Honar lines the first pitch past the first baseman into the corner. Sam's going to round first. He's headed for second. The right fielder comes up firing, but it's off the mark. And Honar is into second. It'll be interesting to see how they score that, as it was a hardly hit one-hop ground ball to the first baseman who tried to glove it but missed it. He got a piece of it which killed it in right field and let Sam get to second.
I'm going to guess an error, but he didn't have a lot of time to react and just kind of got up over his shoulder, bounced into short right. Sam hustling all the way, gets down to second base on a close play.
Now they've scored it as a double. So Sam is on second with nobody out in the bottom of the 6th inning. Iowa leading 11-8. Here's Blake Guerin, swings at the first pitch. He was trying to hit it over the scoreboard and left. Foul tipped it into the glove instead.
Interesting, last inning, Brasso was down after they got the first couple base runners on. He was down in the bullpen throwing to stay loose. It was maybe kind of felt like it was a long inning coming, and it was, and he was down there to make sure his arm stayed loose.
0-1 floats in for a called strike, 0-2.
69-mile-an-hour curveball there. Very, very nice pitch.
Blake struck out twice. He also doubled in the 4th. Hoping for the latter outcome. Down in the count, 0-2 in the 6th. This one misses at the shins. 1-2.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if the if the offensive approach stays engaged. Obviously, you went from kind of a comfortable, relaxed at-bat environment to really needing to answer this run.
1-2, just inside, 2-2. Good pitch there from Brasso, but just inside on Blake.
Yeah, that curveball was really good. Busted it in on the inside half. Actually, I guess must have just missed on the inside half, but a really good bender there, trying to get the called third strike.
A lot of room in left center for Blake if he can hit it out there. 2-2, swing, and a foul ball in the box.
Just barely staying alive there. Catcher couldn't squeeze the foul tip.
oftentimes we can hear that little foul tip, right? But I didn't hear it there. I was afraid Blake might have struck out. Stays alive, however. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Runner on second is Honar after the leadoff double. Next pitch to Guerin. Swing and a miss. This one's in the dirt, so they'll have to throw it down to first. Now they're going to call him out anyway. No throw, but Blake strikes out, and he's out number 1.
Yeah, catcher must have come up with that one clean, and good job by Blake though. Got out of the box quickly in case it was in the dirt, because with the runner on second, then you at least create some havoc there and some indecision maybe. But as it is, he just goes down swinging.
Bring up the 8-hitter, right fielder Chase Mosley. Runner in scoring position at second is Honar. Iowa leading 11-8 in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch to Chase, downstairs, ball 1.
We talked about it as both starting pitchers were struggling, that you kind of fancied your chances if it got to be a bullpen game. But Brosseau's done a really nice job, and Anthony didn't get quite the help he wanted, and we're more interested again.
Mosley hit the grand slam earlier in the game in the 3rd. He's got a hitter's count here, 2 balls, no strikes. Wynn continuing to straighten the flags out towards right center. On a warm and sunny day now from Mobile. 2-0. Mosley all eyes there. Ball skirts low and outside. 3-0.
Good approach there from Chase. There was I'm sure he had an area he was looking for. He started his swing. It wasn't in the window that he had pictured, so he let it go and it missed outside.
See what kind of light he has here. 3-0, and it hit him in the shoulder. So he's on with a hit by pitch. We'll bring up Cade Moss. That's always been interesting to me as a batter. When you have 3 balls, sometimes you just can't get out of the way, but you know that if a ball's going to hit you, it would also be ball 4. But Chase couldn't get out of the way fast enough there.
That was interesting, too, the dynamics of that. I don't know where this home plate umpire usually umpires, but I don't know if you noticed that as he comes out from behind the plate, jumps in front of Chase, and basically jogged down to first base with Chase to make sure that there were no sparks. I'm not sure what's happened today to make him think that there was going to be any angst, but he certainly seemed prepared for it. So
better safe than sorry, I guess, but I'm with you. No tension to this point. Here's Cade Moss. He's in the box. Ball 1, high and outside. Iowa 11-8 on Southern. 19 total runs scored in this game to match the 19 total hits. Bottom of the 6th, Hawks trying to add to their lead, only up 3. Moss takes this pitch, called strike outside corner, 1-1.
Another good breaking ball there. Brosseau's done a really nice job. At first inning he pitched, he was bouncing some of those balls again, but he's really seemed to kind of find a strike zone and find a window to work in here.
They'll try a pickoff move to the second base with a spin and a throw. Honar was all over it. He dives back in there safely.
Great job there from Burgess. That ball was, for as good as I just said, he done a nice job of finding the strike zone coming forward. He really spiked that throw back to second base, and Burgess had to keep it in front of him, or that ball skips out into center field.
This one's lined into left, towards the left fielder, and he grabs it just up over his head. 2 gone in the inning. Good piece of hitting there by Cade. He barreled it up, but right to the left fielder.
Either direction, 5 feet either way, a little bit more carry, but just they had him played perfectly and was right at Smith.
Still a couple of runners out there for Seegers, who steps in. Top of the lineup for the Hawks. Up by 3 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch to Michael. Squares to bunt, and the pitch is over his head, but grabbed by the catcher, Grace.
Now that we have the unlikely power hitter here, he goes ahead and squares around and shows bunt, and I'm pretty sure that Mitchell said something to you about that in the pregame, too, about the versatility of the Hawkeye hitters.
A little speed, a little contact, a little power. This one's out of the zone, 2-0. Seager's in a hitter's count. Tello stands on deck for the Hawks.
I don't know if Iowa's going to get all 4 runs back at this point, but it would sure be nice to answer back with anything other than a 0 here.
Mm-hmm. Led off the inning with a Sam Honar double. He still stands at second. Seegers lines this one into center field, down for a base hit. Honar rounds third. He's coming home. Here's the throw. It is cut off at the pitcher's mound, and Honar scores. RBI single, Michael Seegers.
Just as we said, that's a huge at bat. Great job from Michael to really just drive that right back up the box. Get the Hawks back on the board, and still not done now with Tello at the plate.
12-8, Hawks up by 4. Again, 2 out hitting. We've talked about it a lot this season. We've talked about it in this game. Tello can keep it going with a base hit, or at least get on base in this situation. Runners on first and second. First pitch to Tello, missing the zone high and tight.
Yeah, the Hawkeye hitters with 2 outs this year have been just outstanding with getting stuff done, and a good approach, and I don't know whether something locks them in a little bit more there where they become a little bit more aggressive and tuned in, but or maybe just try to do a little bit less, not trying to hit the spectacular home run, but just trying to line a single right back up the box and drive in a run there.
Had a brief mound visit from the catcher, Rashard Grace. Now we're all set. 1 ball, no strikes to Tello. 2 outs and 2 on for the Hawkeyes in the bottom of the 6th inning, leading 12-8 rather, as Tello takes this for a called strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, to your point, Iowa now 4 for 10 with runners with 2 outs. Yeah. So driving in a bunch, which is actually they're 11 for 28 in the game, 393. So doing a great job overall, but slightly better there with 2 out.
1-1 to Tello, swing and a miss. Now you get the combination of 2 strikes and 2 outs.
2 strikes and 2 outs, and Hawks have been pretty decent today with runners in scoring position, and have another one out there standing on second base.
Pitch to Tello, chased a high heater, went after it and struck out. And so Raider goes down to end the 6th. It's Iowa 12, Southern 8. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Top of the 7th inning from the first day of the South Alabama Invitational. Iowa leading Southern 12-8. Thank you for tuning in to Iowa Hawkeye Baseball this afternoon. Nice to hear from Peggy and Chico listening from Waterloo. How you doing, guys? Peggy and Chico, thanks for tuning in to Iowa Hawkeye Baseball this afternoon. We've had an exciting game. It's been a little bit of a back and forth game. Southern jumped on us early, and then Iowa put up 8 runs in the 3rd, and now the Jaguars have answered back. They're within 4 as we get to the last few innings here today.
I was enjoying the 3rd, 4th, and most of the 5th inning better than I enjoyed the 6th inning so far.
Yeah, We're in for a good finish. Keaton Anthony back to the mound. And he'll go 8-9-1 here with Hendricks leading things off. Anthony out of the windup, missing low and outside, ball 1.
And one of the troubles for the Hawkeyes so far has been not being able to get out 8-9, which leads to definitely not being able to get out 1 and 2.
Who are outstanding.
And so that's how mostly it's led to the single runs, but it led to the mess back in the 6th with 4 runs.
1-1 to Hendricks. On the ground, up the middle. Seegers is there. He'll throw it across to Guerin for out number 1. Good effort play there by Seegers. He had a distance to run there.
Yeah, good pickup up the middle for Michael, and it never hurts to have a 6'6" first baseman.
Yeah, he had to reach up a little bit on his toes to snag that one. Good job by Seegers and Guerin. 1 away in the Southern 7th. Here's Smith. He got things going back in the 6th. First pitch from Anthony, just outside, ball 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's walked twice, grounded out. So again, you want to see Keaton go right after him, make him earn it at this point as he swings and misses there. And I know I tempted fate with this last Sunday with Kansas State, but you got to go right at this guy and see if he can get a hit.
1-1 from Anthony, called strike. There it is, right at the knees, 1 and 2. I think he goes back-to-back changeups there at 80 miles an hour, and Smith was fooled on back-to-back pitches. Let's see if Anthony can strike him out. Here's the 1-2. Just outside and low.
I went right back to the same pitch and had him kind of knee buckling. He was trying to make sure as a hitter, he pushed it down. It was a good pitch.
Out of the windup, the 2-2. High and outside, ball 3. Okay, big spot in the game here where you can feel not necessarily the momentum, tipping in the balance, but a chance here. Are we going to walk or are we going to strike out or get this guy out? Let's get the latter. The 3-2 on the ground to second. Honar is there. He's got it on a couple hops. Out number 2.
Good play there. Good job from Keaton to go back and again, make sure you make him put it in play. Make him earn it if he's going to stand on first base for this leadoff hitter.
And so Anthony and the Hawkeye defense have done a good job to get the first 2 of the inning out, and so we can go to the top of the order with 2 outs and nobody on. This is Armstrong, who's reached 4 times today. Lines this one into right center field. It's hanging up there. Peterson comes on. Mosley dives. He can't get it either. And it drops in there for a 2-out single. Great effort by the Hawkeye outfielders, but just in a spot where we weren't able to make a play.
That guy is really good.
Outstanding.
And he doesn't really fool around. The first pitch of the game, a line drive single. The first pitch of the at-bat here, good line drive single to right center field there. Thought maybe Mosley had a chance, but I mean, just perfectly positioned. And then, oh, by the way, again, bunt single and a rope triple to right center field. So he's done a little bit of everything here.
Iowa 12-8 in the top of the 7th. Check on Armstrong at first. He's back in there.
Wouldn't surprise me to see him in this position. Maybe try to take second base just to make it a little bit easier to get driven in.
He's only got a couple on the year, but certainly has the speed, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't think it would be for lack of time. So, I mean, the way you keep him is, you make that throw over, you keep him at first. Keaton's got to be quick to the plate to give Cade then a chance to throw him out if he goes.
1 ball, no strikes to Radcliffe. Another check on the runner at first. He's back in without much of a tag applied.
Yeah, and actually Radcliffe's been the better base stealer so far. Armstrong's just 1 of 2 on the season, but and maybe that's because he has 6 extra base hits or 7 extra base hits now in the season to go with his mess there too.
1-0 pitch on its way home. Called strike on the outside corner, floated in at 80 miles an hour. Keaton evening the count at 1-1.
So yeah, the Hawks got the run back got 1 back in the 6th. You'd like to just throw up a 0 here and go back in and see if your bats can go to work again.
Big lead at first. This one's lifted in the air, left center field. Peterson moves over. DeRiggi is there too. They run in front of each other, and DeRiggi catches it for the third out. Whoa, that looked, our depth perception's maybe not the greatest from up here. Looked like crisis averted there. No collision. DeRiggi makes the catch for the third out.
Peterson's going to lose that collision every time to DeRiggi. But a good job. But that's, you're down to outfielders 4 and 5. Not that Petey's one of the 4 or 5, but you've kind of had to change your lineup around with no Huckstorf in center. Petey's usually in left, and now you've got DeRiggi, who's been an infielder for the first 7 games of the season. So communication becomes an issue.
Nothing for Southern in the top of the 7th. We'll stretch things out, head to the bottom of the 7th. Iowa 12, Southern 8. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win, catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
All stretched out in Mobile for the bottom of the 7th inning. Iowa 12, Southern 8. The Hawkeyes will be facing a new Jaguar pitcher in Jerry Burkett.
Jerry was a 16 appearances last year, 7.33 ERA. He threw 27 innings in his 16 appearances. This year he's made 2 so far, thrown just 3 innings with a 15 ERA, so opposing hitters have been able to get to him just a little bit. Rangy little left-hander. We'll see. That at the very least, it'll be a completely different look from what the last 2 Jags pitchers have been.
Yeah, we like to make clock references, I guess, when it comes to pitching, when it comes to arms or angles. This is probably, what do you think, about 1:30, maybe 2 o'clock? He really brings it to the side a bit. It's not submarine, but it's out there. And, of course, on that first one, he comes a little bit more over the top to Keaton Anthony, who's the leadoff hitter in the inning for Iowa, up by 4.
Yeah, middle to upper 80s fastball, but likes the change, the curveball, and the slider. So really will throw any of the 4 pitches, but
Anthony sawed off, hits it softly to short, bobbled, but thrown over to first in time to get Keaton as Mack makes the play. That was just a slow roller effort play by Mack.
Got into Keaton's hands there, so wasn't hard hit at all. Shortstop came in. Didn't field it the cleanest, but with Anthony running, had enough time to kind of regroup and made a good sharp throw across the diamond.
DeRiggi now, lefty on lefty matchup. First pitch from Burkett. Check swing, got it started, but it was a called strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, that's one of his best fastballs there as he came with the 87-mile-an-hour heater.
No balls and a strike to DeRiggi. Next one floats outside. There's that slider or off-speed pitch that started too far outside and kept going away from DeRiggi.
Tries to throw the curveball in the similar slot, but then just pulls it and, of course, breaks away and doesn't even tempt Brennan at all.
Like to get some insurance runs. Up by 4, but we like to build that up to 6 or 7 as we get towards the 8th and the 9th inning. 2-1 is the count to DeRiggi.
You feel like if you can at least get it to 5, then it takes a real rally, not just load the bases and hit one out.
2-1 is outside. 3-1 now.
Catcher lost that down the third baseline and wanted no part of going to get it. It was going to let the Iowa dugout chase it.
DeRiggi lines this foul to the left side.
I was just checking the bullpen catcher had been running around and the person coming out. I was just trying to see if maybe it was the starting catcher and he was doing okay, but it is a different person entirely.
Ready with the 3-2 to DeRiggi. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Goes down on strikes, out number 2. That's right. Nava Sanchez was taken out of the game in the 4th inning. He got injured to end the 3rd. Something happened when Sam Peterson ended the 3rd inning, swung, and Nava Sanchez, by the time we looked back behind the plate, he was doubled over. Here is Peterson now with 2 outs, nobody on in the bottom of the 7th. Hawks up by 4. First pitch to Sam. Downstairs, ball 1.
Every Southern pitcher has that spike in his repertoire so far.
Yeah. Low and in the dirt. Not uncommon today for the Southern pitchers. Iowa's really done a nice job of laying off those. Peterson skies this to the right side of the field. First baseman goes back. Second baseman looks up, lost it. Right fielder's there, and he dove and caught it for the 3rd out of the inning. Boy, the right fielder Radcliffe, he almost snow cone caught that too. It was hit a mile in the air, but
there was no almost to that snow cone. That was just whether you wanted grape or cherry.
Well, the Hawks go down quietly in the 7th. We head to the 8th. Iowa 12, Southern 8. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Iowa 12-8 as we head to the 8th inning.
When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin, and you could win even more from Iowa corn.
All right, top of the 8th inning. Here's Keaton Anthony returning to the rubber for the Hawkeyes. He's through 2 innings to this point. First pitch is just inside for a ball to O'Neal Burgess. First baseman for the Jaguars, right-handed hitter. Anthony working quickly out of the windup, but missing to the other side now, 2-0.
Yeah, so far 2 for 3 on the day from Burgess. Throwing a walk there. He's had a pretty productive day getting on base.
2-0 pitch is a called strike, low and outside corner, 2-1. As we mentioned before, Iowa trying to have a clean inning defensively. Haven't really had one since the 3rd. 2-1, low and outside, 3-1. You know, they say that hitting is contagious, and then across multiple sports, you know, shooting the 3 ball can be contagious and whatnot. I think throwing strikes might be contagious as well today for Iowa. And it's been a little bit of a work in progress to this point. 3 balls and a strike to Burgess from Anthony. On the ground is short. Seegers backs up. He's got it on a couple hops. Strong throw across the diamond for out number 1.
Good play there as Burgess did a nice job on a 3-1 pitch. Got one he wanted, barreled it up, but fortunately for the Hawks, a couple hops right at Seegers was able to make the play in short left and fired across the diamond for the out.
Almost a gift there, you know, to be down in the count as a pitcher and then just get something nice and easy to one of your best defenders in Seegers. Here's Lai. First pitch from Anthony. There you go. Start ahead. Called strike.
Just to go a step further for you on that one, Langenberg threw 90 pitches, threw 52 strikes. So far, Keaton, as he throws his 50th pitch there, he's at 32 strikes as he missed down in the dirt there. So we're even in the count. So probably still, Keaton might be at the ratio. Ty's going to want to throw a bit more strikes, but sneaking up in the right direction.
Lai swings and misses, chasing a pitch way inside 1-2.
Kind of thought it might have almost hit him.
Yeah,
I wasn't careful there.
I thought it was on track to do just that, but Lai went after it. 1-2, low outside, 2-2 now.
Hawkeye pitchers have gotten ahead. It's almost like they've started to nibble a little bit, but they haven't had enough command of the strike zone to really make that work.
Just missing with the 2-2 right there on the outside off the plate. 3-2. Yeah, Iowa has walked 7 Southern batters, only striking out 5. Get closer to evening that up right here with a 3-2 pitch. That's in the dirt, ball 4.
Not a number that's going to make Coach Heller happy at all. There's never a good time for the free bases, and Hawkeyes have given them out very freely so far.
You saw Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland turn to the sheet of paper that you referenced earlier and put up another tally on the freebie chart. A walk for Southern in the top of the 8th inning. Iowa 12-8. This one is lined into center field. Peterson moves over, reaches up, battles the sun. He's got it for out number 2. One pitch, one out there to Hunter Tabb.
I'm still just a little baffled by. It's not a game-winning approach to me to go ahead and you just watched him walk a guy. It's the 8th inning. You're up 4, and I'm older than everybody else here, so maybe it's a little old school idea, but man, take a pitch. It's not about you. You can't hit a 4-run home run with just the guy on first base.
Here's the catcher, Grace. He'll do what you're asking. Takes a pitch. It misses a bit high. Not in the same situation as you're referring to, but I tend to agree with you. I think Iowa would probably operate that way, right? Where if you just walk somebody, maybe take a pitch or two.
Especially down. You're down.
Oh, and this pitch hit him. 1-0 pitch was inside. Didn't hear anything, and Moss actually caught it, but it hits Grace, and so now 2 runners on with 2 outs, and we'll see. This is another opportunity for Southern to maybe take a pitch or two and not swing at that first one from Keaton.
Clearly, you have I guess we'll call it a control issue. That pitch certainly didn't miss by much. That was more of crowding the plate. And if Coach Heller comes out, we're probably getting a pitching change, so I'll let you take it.
He is out of the dugout and having a discussion with the home plate umpire, and Coach Heller looks to the mound and now makes a motion to his right arm, so the Hawks are headed to the bullpen. We'll see who they bring in after this. Runners on first and second for Southern in the top of the 8th inning. Iowa 12, Southern 8. A pitching change. Let's take a pitching change break. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oakmall, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Iowa turns to the bullpen in the top of the 8th inning, leading 12-8. We'll give you the lowdown on the next Hawkeye pitcher coming up in just a moment.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death for men and women in the United States. Don't let any heart condition go unnoticed or undiagnosed. Whether it's a routine checkup or a complex procedure, You want expert care from specialists who know your heart condition inside and out. University of Iowa Heart and Vascular Center advanced trained cardiologists use state-of-the-art diagnostic tools and offer highly advanced, minimally invasive treatment options. It's heart care that doesn't only change lives, it saves them. Make an appointment today at uihc.org/HVC or call 319-356-7102.
Well, Iowa goes to the bullpen for what could be a 4-out save situation, leading Southern 12-8. We'll see Will Christofferson come into the game.
Yeah, Will ended up closing out the LSU game on Saturday. At 10-3 or whatever it was. I didn't think we were going to see him today, but comes in and gets in a good spot here. As Will's made 3 appearances on the season, thrown 4 innings, walked just 2, hasn't given up a hit yet, struck out 7. The staff's got a lot of really good stuff. He might have some of the best stuff on the staff.
Lockdown closer for the Hawks. He'll come in with runners on first and second and 2 outs in the Jaguar 8th. Iowa 12, Southern 8.
The problem with the 2 base runners being allowed is you're going to have to face Armstrong one more time now. Got this. Well, I suppose if Will might pick a guy off here, we could avoid that. But otherwise, Armstrong's going to come to the plate again in the 9th inning. But see what Will has and see if he can show the Southern fellas the good slider and the good action.
Yeah. Hawks have struggled a bit on the mound today. They've walked 8 Southern hitters. So Christofferson is ready for the first pitch to Mack out of the stretch. This one is high and outside, ball 1. We've talked about just not being able to find the strike zone as much today, consistently today. Christofferson trying to change that tune. The 1-0 pitch on its way home. Outside corner, called strike 1-1.
Yeah, 8 walks and a hits batsman. So been a little bit of a struggle, and just 2 of the 10 hits for the Jags have been extra base hits. So not really what we expected when saw how hard the wind was blowing.
Here's the 1-1, swing and a miss. Nice off speed there from Christofferson, 1-2.
Will's stuff is really good, and love to see him just not fool around here and finish this at-bat off.
Looks in for the sign from Cade Moss, feels it and deals it. Swing and a miss. He got him. Mack turns around and slams his bat in the dirt, ending the threat. Christofferson with the strikeout, headed to the bottom of the 8th inning. It's Iowa 12, Southern 8. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
It'll be 6, 7, 8 coming to the box for Iowa in the bottom of the 8th. Iowa leading Southern 12-8.
Hey, Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
So Sam Honar will lead off the bottom of the 8th for Iowa. Hawks are up by 4. It's 12-8. Honar led off the 6th with a double, and he would score. That's the last scoring we've had in this contest today. Burkett on the mound again for Southern. Stands on the first base side of the rubber. He's a lefty, so he brings it all the way across there for a called strike. A breaking ball that started at Honar's shoulder and then dropped in right at the belt.
Sam at one point had done a little bit more switch hitting now, staying in the left-handed batter's box, even against the lefty here.
Chops this one on the ground to first. First baseman's got it, throws up the hand to the pitcher and takes it himself. Honar is out number one.
Nice big hop there, allowed him to finish that off easily and just take it over himself. I don't need a ton of runs, but I wouldn't mind having at least one or two more here to finish this up.
That'll bring up pinch hitter Ben Wilmus. Wilmus entering now in Blake Guerin's spot. So you wonder, we'll have to see how Iowa aligns defensively. Bring DeRiggi back in to first base maybe, and Wilmus goes in at left.
Yeah, I suppose this might be the defensive substitution idea of you'll put Brennan back into first base and get maybe a little bit better outfield setup there with Wilmus in the outfield.
First pitch to Wilmus is outside, ball one. Try to find a way for Ben to get on. This is Ben's second at bat of the season.
Well, he's been a pincushion for opposing pitchers, so I'm sure he'll try to find a different way on base.
Ooh, that one almost got him. Inside 2-0.
He's barely brushed back off the plate. That's part of the gritty nature that gets him his at-bats and his playing time. Is he's not afraid to do the things maybe others won't do.
Watches the 2-0 go by for a called strike on the inside corner.
And he's got good speed, so he'd be a good base runner to have on and create some traffic out there.
No question about that. Let's get Ben on the base paths here. The 2-1. High and outside, 3-1. Big opportunity here for Wilmus with Mosley on deck, followed by Moss. Iowa 12-8 in the bottom of the eighth. Swings at this one, pops it up over our head, out of play, out of the stadium.
Oh, I wasn't giving up on it. I thought, oh, there it was. I knew we had a chance on that if it blew back.
Yeah, it came back and then ended up dropping right in front of us. Full count for Wilmus with one out and nobody on. Here's the pitch. Lined into right field but foul. Good at bat here from Ben Wilmus.
Stayed on the pitch, and he's taken two really good pitches from Burkett and been able to foul him off and see if he can get one he likes a little bit better now.
Burkett is ready, out of the windup. Outside, ball four. Great at bat there from Ben Wilmus to get on in the eighth inning with one out and a good part of the order, at least today, with Chase Mosley coming up in the eighth spot. He's got the grand slam in the third. He singled before that in the second and was also hit by a pitch back in the sixth inning. So let's see what Mosley's got going for him this time. Wilmus with a good lead at first, but against a left-handed pitcher, they're in a staring contest. First pitch to Mosley's inside, ball one.
I've seen this catcher throw a little bit. His arm doesn't really strike me as anything that's going to be scary. It'll really be a battle of can Wilmus stare down the left-hander that's really on the first base side of the rubber and short throw and read his move and get a good jump.
1-0 pitch to Mosley in the dirt, 2-0. That's another thing that we talked about in the scout, or we heard in the scout today, was read those downward angles on those pitches. And you've mentioned it, we've seen it. They've been spiking a ton of pitches in front of the plate in the dirt. If Ben could get a good read on one of those downward angles, he could just take off for second and trust that the throw would be late. 2-0 is the count to Mosley. Here's the pitch. Chase pops it up left side. This one is fouling out of play.
Their catchers have just done a tremendous job, though, of really not even allowing the ball to bounce away from them on those. Mm-hmm. When they've had a runner on base, the pitchers have continued to bounce pitches, but the backup catcher here still has done a really nice job of picking those up and catching them cleanly and not really giving the base runner a chance to take an extra base.
2-1 is the count to Mosley. Shorter lead at first now for Wilmus. Long pause on the mound, and here's the pitch. Inside and low, ball 3. Looked close, had a lot of movement late on it, and Chase did a great job to watch it start outside, sweep across the zone, but before crossing the plate. So ball 3. 3 balls and a strike with 1 out, runner on first for Iowa in the bottom of the 8th inning. Up 12-8. Next pitch to Mosley. Popped up, right side. In foul territory, this one is also out of play.
Well, those people didn't even flinch, and that lands about a half step behind them.
That would have been a little bit of an issue there. They have an umbrella up, but that one was hit high enough with enough force coming down, could have poked a hole through that umbrella, caused an issue.
I think that baseball would have won the battle with the umbrella.
Yeah.
You can see Wilmus now here at first. He's kind of got a one-way lead. Burkett's using a slide step, and Ben really doesn't have any jump at all, but so not really showing go here, but see if he can get a good secondary lead.
3-2 to Mosley. Here it comes. Wilmus takes off. It is ball 4, and again they throw it down. It gets away. Wilmus is headed to third.
That's, you know, the fundamental baseball there, and as we get, we're going to get a pitching change here as he looked down just to get the thumbs up. But yeah, the fundamental baseball of knowing what the count is, knowing what the, listening and knowing what the umpire called. Part of that happens with the last time it was the starting catcher, this time the backup catcher, so maybe you give him a little grace that he's not as accustomed to it, but just really have to be on top of that if you're going to win close baseball games.
So now runners on the corners for Iowa in the bottom of the 8th inning. Boy, you got to be honest, that last pitch to Mosley looked pretty good. I was afraid maybe he'd get rung up, but he didn't. He draws the walk, and then on the throwdown, Wilmus advances to third. So runners on the corners with 1 out. We've got a pitching change. Before we get to the pitching change, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 seconds for station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, Iowa 12-8 in the bottom of the 8th. We have a pitching change. We'll take a pitching change break. We'll be back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Bottom of the 8th inning, Iowa threatening again. The Hawks are up 12-8 on Southern. Runners on the corners with 1 out. We'll see a new pitcher for Southern. It'll be Nick Luckett.
Yeah, Nick Luckett's the new pitcher. 4-pitch guy. He's got a good move. 80 to 80 or 85 to 88 mile an hour fastball, and really likes to work off that pitch. So everything kind of sets up there. So far this year, 3 appearances, 2.1 innings, a 19.29 ERA, as he's really struggled to command his other pitches outside of that. So as the Hawkeyes come to the plate here with Cade Moss, the approach is going to be anything that's spinning or anything that's kind of got that side hand, you're just going to spit on it and say, hey, if you can throw it for a strike and get me out, congratulations, but I'm going to wait for you to throw me that 85-mile-an-hour fastball. I'm going to try to barrel it up.
Full weekend of Hawkeye athletics down here in Mobile. We got 3 games. Tomorrow at 6:30 against South Alabama, and then Sunday at 11 a.m. against Pepperdine. The women's basketball team is in Minneapolis, going for their back-to-back tournament titles. If they can get through their first game tonight against Purdue at 5:30. The Iowa women and Purdue at 5:30 this afternoon. Here's Cade Moss, 9-hitter. Moss has reached and scored. He did that in the third. First pitch to him is a breaking ball in the dirt, and it's low, 1-0. The Iowa wrestling team is at the Big Ten Championships in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Competition begins tomorrow. So busy weekend for Hawkeye athletics.
Yeah, we'd like the women to play Friday, Saturday, and Sunday along with us.
Right along with us, John. You're on a good point there. They got Purdue at 5:30. They really took it to Purdue earlier in the season. Moss taps this foul on a bunt attempt to the on-deck circle to his left.
Yeah, got the first pitch. Again, he saw the breaking ball pulled back. It was low. That one he got the fastball. Good bunting pitch, just wasn't able to get it down in play.
See if Iowa gets creative, maybe with a double steal possibility. Mosley over there at first. With Luckett being a right-handed pitcher, they don't have the advantage of being the lefty on the mound looking at that lead as a breaking ball floats in for a called strike to Moss.
That's one of those, again, you're just not going to swing at that pitch right now because he hasn't proven he can consistently throw it for a strike this year. That time he did, so good for him. Now Cade's going to have to go a little bit on the defensive and go hunt speed here.
1-2 pitch, inside, ball 2.
Interesting multicolored glove. These Southern players have had some interesting gloves. I like them.
Yeah, you've got a better look at this one than I do.
Wait until he comes up set. It's got a little bit of green, a little bit of orange in it.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Moss. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. Mosley gets a great read on it, and he will scurry to second base. It was in the dirt, and he read that downward angle, and now 2 runners in scoring position with a full count pitch coming to Moss.
That's the good base running we talked about, especially with a runner on third. Any ball that catcher doesn't come up with clean, you go ahead and go and make him make a decision. Obviously, we've seen they haven't made some great decisions at this point, so you really test them.
Now they bring their infield in. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Moss. Line drive and base hit into center field. 1 run is in. Mosley right behind him. He will also score a 2 RBI single. Cade Moss, yes!
Big swing, big 1-out, 2 RBI swing there from Cade Moss.
It floated up just enough where I thought maybe Armstrong had a shot at it, but 1 hops and then gets into the glove of Armstrong. So nice job by Moss there to have a great at bat, work a lot of pitches, and then make them pay.
Well, if you remember the movie Major League, when the base runners come in, one right behind the other, that's pretty much what Iowa did as the runner held up at third, and Mosley ended up getting a better jump off second.
14-8, Iowa with the 6-run lead. Here's top of the order, Seegers, watching the first pitch go by for a called strike.
Good fastball on the inside part of the plate there, but again, not one that Michael really wants to handle with no strikes.
That would be off the handle and probably a ground ball, right?
A weak ground ball.
Yeah. 0-1, Michael rips this one fair down the left field line. Moss rounds second, headed for third, and he will be held there. It'll be a double for Michael Seegers. How about that, Hawkeye? What a game for Michael.
Michael, now I don't know how we're going to get him another at bat. Well, I do, and we're either going to bat around this inning. It would be the only way I'm good with that. And he's just the triple away from the cycle at this point.
Seegers with a heck of a game. He's 3 for 4 today, and he keeps a nice piece of hitting going for the Hawks. Runners on second and third with 1 out. Here's Raider Tello. Raider needs a base hit here to keep his hitting streak alive. It stands at 7 games. He's hit safely in all games so far for the black and gold. He's 0 for 3 today.
I thought about it, but I'm glad you said it instead of me because I wasn't quite sure where we stood on that.
Infield in for Tello. First pitch called strike. Low in the zone. It's 0-1.
The last at bat was really the first time it looked like he pressed a little bit. He swung at almost a letter high fastball to strike out, and he's really had good plate discipline. He's aggressive, but he's had good plate discipline, and he lost it just a little bit in that at bat.
Yeah. A 1 pitch is inside 1-1. Tello will look down for the sign. Infield in for Southern. Now they back up. The middle infield backs up. Just a touch, though, not where they typically play. 1-1 to Tello. He squares to bunt, and it hit him.
So much for the hitting streak.
Yeah, well, he finds his way on for the third time today, but the hitting streak will end there for Raider. Bases are going to be loaded for Keaton Anthony. An opportunity here to put some finishing touches on Southern. Iowa leading 14-8 in the bottom of the 8th.
Keaton came up with the bases loaded earlier in the game. I'm sure he'll like another shot at that.
Long pause on the mound. Now the pitch to Keaton. Low, ball 1.
And again, this is right in Keaton's sweet spot. Hunting fastball here, making the guy come to you, being very particular about what zone you want it in, and then driving it over that shallow right fielder's head.
Iowa already with 1 grand slam today. Keaton swings for the fences but misses on a 78-mile-an-hour changeup. 1-1.
Yeah, Iowa 1 for 3 today with the bases loaded, but the one was they got their money's worth out of that one.
Yeah, best possible outcome. A grand slam from Chase Mosley. The 1-1 to Keaton. Swing and a miss again. 1-2.
Came back with a little bit of off speed there and just worked it in on Keaton's hands a little bit and fooled him.
Luckett has the sign. He's in a stretch position where he's just ready to come home, but he has a little slide step before that. And it counts now 2-2. That pitch misses low. So I can't really tell if he's in the windup or the stretch. It's a little bit of a hybrid, but
yeah, it's a windup action, but then as he steps off to the side, it's not a traditional stretch move either.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Bases loaded for Iowa in the bottom of the 8th. Swing and a miss. Anthony can't draw contact, and he is down on strikes for the 2nd out of the inning. Bases stay loaded for DeRiggi.
That was, we talked about trying to stay off of the off-speed pitches, but Keaton a little anxious there and swung at some pitches that swung over some pitches that he doesn't normally miss.
Those pitches that come in at mid-70s. You don't want to change the speed of your swing. You still want to swing aggressively and hard, but just couldn't quite time that up. Here's DeRiggi now, watching the first pitch miss, low and outside, ball 1. Second one from Luckett is on its way home. Called strike, outside corner. Bases still loaded for Iowa, trying to do some more damage. Already plated 2 runs here in the bottom of the 8th. Iowa 14, Southern 8. Big gap in left center field. 1-1 to DeRiggi, low and in, 2-1.
Yeah, just looking at the numbers here, Iowa, 14 runs scored, 7 have come out on 2-out RBIs.
There we go.
So really sets up well here for Brennan to add to that tally.
2-1 pitch. Inside, ball 3. No place to put him. Peterson stands in the on-deck circle for Iowa, but DeRiggi stands in now. 3 balls and a strike with 2 outs. Bases are loaded.
See if Brendan can drive a ball here. Second baseman's out in shallow right field.
3-1 pitch. Outside, ball 4. Walked in a run. It's 15-8.
Pretty easy RBI there for DeRiggi. See if Petey can cause a little bit of a mess here.
Yeah, don't want to leave these runners on. The Hawks have left 8 base runners on the paths today. Southern's left 11. Bases loaded with 2 outs. Here's Petey. Swings and fouls it back. And the catcher this time, Grace, he got hit by something. So Peterson was the batter when their other catcher, Nava Sanchez, exited the game because I think Petey must have a backswing that's pretty long or something. He must be making contact somewhere with the catcher. Counts 1-1. I don't want to falsely accuse Sam of that, but something's up. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs. Bases loaded for Iowa. Luckett peeks in for the sign. He's got it. The 1-1 is inside, and it hit him. It hits Peterson. The Hawks have now all of a sudden doubled up Southern at 16-8.
No, just 15. Yeah, Hawks now
15-8, 15-8.
Yep, just 15.
15-8.
But, the difference right now in the game really stands at the Hawks now with 8 two-out RBIs, or 9 two-out RBIs, Southern with just 1.
We had it right, John, 16-8. We had it right, yep.
Well, don't put me in there. You had it right. That was all you.
16-8 with 2 outs, bases still loaded. Here's Honar. We've batted around this inning. 2-0 is the count to him already.
Now, the Hawkeyes have just done kind of continued the trend as we've talked about of 2-out production, however it comes, a walk, a hit by pitch, whatever it takes to keep the inning going.
Sam with a half swing sends it over the Iowa dugout, foul to the left side.
Tallman falls out of the bullpen trying to make a play.
It'd be interesting to hear the thoughts of the coaching staff, after this game. Honar drives this one, right center gap, trouble, and it is gone! Oh! That ball kept going, and it's a goner. Another grand slam for Iowa today. This time, it's Sam Honar. Yes!
Wow, and that was just good piece of hitting. That's a solid, hard line drive that just carried like crazy and went right over the USA Health sign out there in right center field.
I got to be honest, that looked like just a typical line drive to the right center gap. And it wasn't the gap, but it was over the fence.
I thought he was going to drive in 2 or 3 runs with a double to right center field, and that ball just kind of kept moving and, had enough carry. It didn't clear by much, but had plenty of carry to make it 20-8.
Iowa 20-8 now. And we've got another pitching change as that ball had barely landed in right center, and the coach of Southern was on his way out of the dugout. Iowa 20, Southern 8. We've got a pitching change in the bottom of the 8th. We'll take a break. We'll come back and let you know who the next Jaguar pitcher is. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Iowa with another 8 spots so far. This time in the bottom of the 8th inning, the Hawks lead the Jaguars 20-8 now. New pitcher into the game for Southern. And Ben Wilmus will come to the plate. Who is the new pitcher?
Caleb Washington will be the new pitcher.
We don't have a lot on him, do we?
No, and a different thing. His first appearance this year, made 9 appearances last year through 9.1 innings, or 9 1/3 innings. The unusual thing about him, and something the Iowa won't face a ton, fastball is going to be coming up there in the high 70s, so a little bit different action. 65 to 68 mile an hour curveball. So Hawkeye bats will have to kind of retool here, and but again, as they've kind of decided, everybody works off the fastball, and it's good work to work off the left-hander and see what they can do.
Wilmus is the batter. He's up in the count 2-0. Now make it 2-1 as this pitch floats in at 76 miles an hour. Hawks leading 20-8. Putting the finishing touches on a great offensive performance today. Next one to Wilmus. Popped up left side. This is on the infield. Shortstop moves forward close to the mound, and he overran it, but he drops back and catches it then for the third out of the inning. All right, so Iowa does a lot of damage, tons of damage. It might have just put away the Jaguars right there. We'll head to the top of the ninth inning. Iowa 20, Southern 8. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Top of the ninth inning, 3 outs away from another victory for the Hawkeyes today. Appreciate you listening to Iowa Hawkeye Baseball this afternoon. Sam is listening from Bowling Green, Kentucky. He's down there chasing some severe weather. Stay safe out there, Sam. Thanks for tuning in to Hawkeye Baseball this afternoon. In line for another victory, and we'll go to the bullpen one more time to try to close things down. We'll see Cade Obermueller.
Yeah, Cade is, had a big decision to make last summer as to whether he was going to set foot on Iowa's campus or whether he was going to go ahead and take his shot and try to work his way through a minor league system somewhere, because he'd really shot up draft charts.
Yeah.
But kind of worked on, if you look at his build and you look at his number, other than he throws from the other side of the rubber, he's got a little bit of an Adam Major look, and felt like he could really benefit from coming here and putting on a little bit of strength. But he's got some really, really good stuff, and it'd be fun to get to see it more and more.
First batter in the top of the ninth is Jolly Hendricks. First pitch is snapped in there for a called strike at 93. We saw Cade in the midweek game. He came in and threw an inning. Gave up 1 hit, but he struck out 2.
Just a smooth left-handed delivery. Just pops out.
Yep. Missing just outside there, 1-1.
Exit velo for Honar's home run was actually 108.
Yeah, that got out of here in a hurry. Obermueller set with the 1-1. Here it comes. Floats in, great pitch, 1-2. He went from upper 80s, low 90s to 79 right there, and Hendricks couldn't even get the bat off his shoulder. 1-2. Obermueller going for a strikeout. Looks in for the sign. He's got it. Here it comes. Just low. Great pitch, but it's a ball. 2-2.
And the fun part for Cade will be, as this inning progresses, he's going to get a chance to face the 2 really strong left-handed hitters at the top of this order, so at least one of them. And so he's going to get an opportunity to test himself.
2-2 is out of the zone high. Full count now. You mentioned the exit velo or whatnot for Honar. We never got that one on Seegers, huh?
No, I'm a little mad that Joey didn't give me that one. That's the one I really wanted to see.
We really want that one. 3-2 is the pitch from Obermueller. Check swing. Did he go around? No, they said he didn't. And so it's ball 4, and Hendricks is on with a leadoff walk.
Pretty good pitch there. Busted him inside as he kind of crossed him up. I wasn't even sure. It kind of looked like maybe would work in on a foul tip, and Cade was going to make the play. But actually, that is, Cade Moss is still catching.
Bottom of the order in Smith. Smith is a switch hitter, so we'll move over to the other side now, and Obermueller starts him with a called strike.
We did have the other change you talked about. DeRiggi came back into first base, and Wilmus is out in left field now.
0-1 pitch on the ground short. Seegers charges hard, steps on the bag himself, throws it across. They got him for the double play. Seegers to DeRiggi. He did it all himself right there. 2 down.
Busted him on the inside fists, and you know, again, that's the good news of having stuff like that. Moves in, and you think you've got the barrel on it, and it moves off of it, and good play by Seegers to come charging in and sling it. Touch the bag, time it upright to touch the bag and sling it across to first for the double play.
And now Southern's down to their last chance. Iowa leading 20-8. Here's Armstrong. First pitch to him is a great one on the outside corner. Called strike 0-1.
See if Cade can be the only one to get this guy out.
Yeah, he's been stellar today. He's 4 hits. This one's fouled off the end of the bat. 0-2. Southern down to their last strike.
Although I believe the last time he had it 0-2 and he tripled into the gap. So
not done yet, right? Obermueller looks in for the sign. He's got it from Cade Moss. The windup in the 0-2 pitch. Called third strike. That'll do it. Yes, sir. Obermueller with the strikeout to end the game, and the Hawks win it. Hawks win 20-8 over Southern on day 1 of the South Alabama Invitational.
What an interesting game, I guess.
It really
is what
was.
I know you and I were talking there in kind of the middle innings that you had kind of a nervous feel to it. You know, it was one of those that felt like maybe it was kind of slipping away, and even though you were the better team, you might not be able to get it done. But Iowa certainly flexed some muscle there in the bottom of the 8th inning to eliminate any doubt of a comeback.
Well, that'll do it for today's game. We'll get into post-game coverage right after this. Iowa wins it 20-8. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Iowa gets a Friday afternoon victory over the Southern Jaguars. Hawks 20, Jags 8. Took a little bit to get there, didn't it, today, John? We were down early and then came back, put up a big inning in the 3rd, and then the finishing touches came in the 8th.
A little disappointed we missed the extra point on the 3rd touchdown, but otherwise it was pretty good move. And you know, again, you saw a little bit of everything, and I suppose, you know, really if you're a Hawkeye coach, there's obviously enough you're going to like about it, but there's enough that you can go back to your team and say, hey, see, you haven't quite got it all figured out yet. And so, you know, we've kind of joked through the years, it's always a little bit more fun to learn lessons when you win, and I think that's, you know, there'll be a little bit of that goes on today.
Yeah, I'm with you. I sense that obviously happy to get the win and to turn it on when you had to, but plenty to work on, and I think one of the keys will be to get some good rest after today's game. We don't play till 6:30 tomorrow, so let's get the guys back to the hotel and get them fed and rested and whatnot. So that'll be a key too, and to just shake off some of the cobwebs of the week.
Well, you really probably can't overstate that. I mean, as Coach Heller said in breakfast this morning, nobody cares how you feel. Feels overrated. You've got to be ready to go. And Southern doesn't care where we came from. It was just a game today. But the reality of it is, some of these players had 3:15 or 3:30 wake up calls, and I don't care how much of a college kid you are and you're ready to go. That's early. And, the travel day yesterday and then kind of a lazy day bombing around the hotel. And you could kind of tell that it took a minute to wake up. And, tomorrow will be great. It'll be a 6:30 game. The weather's supposed to be awesome. It'll have cooled off a little bit by the time we get around to first pitch. But, the guys should be able to catch up a little bit now, get their feet up. Obviously, you've got to, hopefully whatever Braden had doesn't move on to anybody else, but we just kind of keep moving that way.
And one thing we didn't really mention today, there was really not much of a crowd here, not really much of an environment or atmosphere at all today. It'll be different tomorrow night when we take on the home team, South Alabama.
Yeah, there'll be a lot more fun that way.
Who stood out to you today, John? Maybe on the offensive side of things?
Well, as you look around and you go through it, obviously we had a little bit of everything, but honestly, I was really impressed with Michael Seegers. Didn't have his greatest first two at bats, but then started popping it after that, and so you had some other guys go. You had Chase Mosley got his first hit as a Hawkeye. Cade Moss had a couple. So really a bunch of guys that got it done.
All right, in just a moment, we'll go over the highlights. We'll also talk with Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coming up as postgame continues. Iowa wins it 20-8. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
At Oakmall, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Iowa improves to 7-1 on the season with a 20-8 victory over the Southern Jaguars. We're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, congratulations on the win. Good offensive day.
Yeah, you came to the ballpark knowing the situation and the conditions. You figured it was going to be one of these type of days where, free bases and all those types of things can play a big part just because one ball up in the air and it's going to go. I thought our guys just gutted it out. I kind of felt during BP we were a little lethargic, and I think it really was travel induced. I felt it. And that was the worry going into it, is just like, can we grind this out? This is what you have to do. And it's something a lot of people don't take into consideration with us northern teams with the travel they're doing. These guys were up at 3:30 in the morning on Thursday, middle of the night Thursday. Or Wednesday or whatever, between Wednesday and Thursday. They get down here 9 a.m. They have to sit around all day. It's just, you could feel that at the beginning of batting practice. And it was raining, just had all these things. So just really proud of them to gut it out in the way they did. And, of course, I think we ended up with 12 or 13 two-out RBIs. We had 2 grand slams with 2 outs. Those are backbreakers. And Ty, for his part, wasn't very sharp at all, but was able to figure out a way, especially in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, of extending it, extending his out and getting through 5, which was a big deal as well.
Was there somebody in the dugout, maybe player or coach, verbally, that let the guys know in the early going, hey, let's get into this one a little bit more?
It's not that they weren't into it, and that's the kind of the difference. It was just like they're heavy. Their bodies are heavy, and we talked a lot about, it's really important, the way you physiologically jumpstart the body is to sprint. So in and out, those types of things are really important to get the body going. I thought they did a really nice job. And again, it wasn't a non-locked in situation. It was just like a Travels caught up with us third week type of situation. So good thing for us is we have some time, 24 hours now before we need to play, since we play the night game, and we just got to get rested up, get off our feet, and again, just really proud of the effort and kind of the gutting out part.
How about Michael Seegers today, Coach?
Yeah, really good. Especially I think it started out a little rough for him, and then I think he was on his last maybe 4 times at the plate. Chase, big blow there, the grand slam to put us ahead there in that 8-run inning. Sam, obviously, they're late to extend it. But even after Chase's grand slam, we ended up adding another couple, 4 more that inning. It's just really good job with 2 outs. It's really been something that we've had a lot of success with. You look back to that last inning, we won 3-3-2 counts offensively, Wilmus to get it going, and then a couple other guys just setting the table. And again, just putting the next guy in a great situation. That's your job offensively. So on a day like today, you kind of thought it was going to be super offensive with 30, 40 mile an hour winds blowing straight out, and unfortunately we gave them a lot of things, especially on the free base thing. We walked 9 or 10, made a couple errors. Those things generally are hard to survive, but fortunately for us, they kind of did the same thing to us and gave us a lot of free bases. So from that standpoint, is a little sloppy, but again, on days like today, it's just kind of hard. You're spinning a little bit.
Probably a different atmosphere, different environment tomorrow. You play the host school in South Alabama at night, maybe a better crowd on a Saturday night.
Yeah, and they're going to start a freshman that's got really good stuff, and I thought we were a little undisciplined, especially early in this game with the chase, and that's going to be a big part tomorrow night. He needs you to help him. The stuff's good. He got good breaking ball, good changeup, and really it's going to boil down to, are we going to make him get in the strike zone, or are we going to chase some stuff? And unfortunately, we did that to a degree today, and that, the 10 punch-outs, I'd like to see that cut in half on a day like today, but that's the way it goes. Guys fought, and that's all you can ask for.
All right, Coach, congratulations on the win. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, John.
All right, let's get rested, back to the hotel, and we'll wrap up post-game coverage in just a moment. Iowa wins it 20-8 over Southern. We'll take our final break of post-game. We'll be back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
All right, Iowa beats Southern 20-8 on day 1 of the South Alabama Invitational. Let's walk you through how we got there. In the first inning, a defensive play, a 6-4-3 double play to end the threat after Southern had already scored a couple. We'll get to those highlights in just a minute. Another defensive play that happened in the second, if we got it, the caught stealing on a double steal attempt. Work on the highlights a little bit later on today. We'll probably get those in there to you tomorrow when we get the highlights of this one in our pregame show tomorrow against South Alabama. Iowa beats Southern 20-8 today. Michael Seegers with 3 hits. Brennan DeRiggi with 2, Chase Mosley with 2, including a grand slam. Sam Honar with 2. He also had a grand slam, as you heard from associate head coach Marty Sutherland just a moment ago. Those came with 2 outs, so they were just backbreakers for Southern. Cade Moss, he was also 2 for 5 this afternoon. The Hawks put it together pretty well. They were jumped on early by Southern in the first inning, when Southern scored 2, but Iowa answered with 2 of their own. A big 8 spot in the third for the Hawks. They had an 8 spot in the 8th as well. Iowa with 20 runs on 14 hits. They committed 2 errors in the field. Southern with 8 runs, 10 hits, and 3 errors in the field. Tomorrow night, it's Iowa and South Alabama at 6:30. We'll have pregame coverage. It'll include those highlights at 6 p.m. That'll do it for today's broadcast. Iowa beats Southern 20-8. For my great board op back in Jefferson City, Michael, great job today. Thank you, Michael. We'll be honored to work with you again tomorrow. John Evans, my color analyst, broadcast partner. John and I are having a lot of fun this early season. I'm John Leo saying so long from Stanky Field. We'll talk to you tomorrow night. Iowa wins it 20-8. This has been a production of Hawkeye Baseball. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow, 6 p.m. for pregame, Iowa and South Alabama. So long, everybody.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network, Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.
Next pitch on its way from long. Lead 2-0. First pitch from Langenberg. Next pitch to DeRiggi, line to left field, down.
on the Hawkeye Sports Net.